Live. TCH Live. We're back at it again. Dallas this time, playing 5-10 uncapped, no limit hold'em, 2-card PLO. Great game. Welcome everybody. Thanks for tuning in live. My name's B, your host. 4-hour excursion into stakes. Let's go. Already got a few hands away, and it looks like we're a $200 bomb pot, $500 bomb pot. We're playing. This game is going to be massive tonight. We're playing 5-10 uncapped. You can buy in for the whole farm if you want to tonight at TCH in Dallas. Thanks for spending dinner time with us. We're going to be live from 6 until 10 p.m. tonight Central Time. You're going to have to hear me rattle off some mediocre poker analysis for that time being. Thanks so much. And if you're in the chat, be sure to smash the like button. Subscribe to TCH Live if you haven't. We're over 15,000 subscribers and steadily growing. We're shooting for 500 likes tonight for the stream. We're playing 5-10 on cap. This game is massive. So if you're here, you should like it. As of now, we've got 38 people trickling in. Last time we had over 500, so we're expecting the same. Again, thanks for taking the time to tune into TCH Live Dallas. Again, my name's Ben Kirby, and we got cards in the air. And it looks like we're doing some kind of massive bomb pot because there is at least $5 grand in the middle currently. A bunch of pink chips. The pink chips are 500. The black chips are 100. Greens are 25. Reds are $5, and if you see some whites, those are $1 chips. I don't see any plaques currently, but if they might come out later, black plaques are worth $1,000. So it looks like we're doing a PLO bomb pot for a whole heck of a lot of money. So as the cards get scanned here, everybody gets 4 cards. This isn't going to be the standard for the night, but just for the bomb pot. And for those that don't know about bomb pots, basically everybody antes a certain amount, everyone gets cards, and then we deal out a flop immediately. We in here, and we're gambling. So everybody's got 4 cards. We're going to the first flop, and once people start folding, we'll be able to see. So ace king or ace king king on the flop. It's like John Ryan flop trips, as well as he's got the only king currently, unless Braxton's got a king in the hole. And it goes checked all the way around. So he turns a boat. King's full of 5s. John Ryan is probably going to scoop this. Oh, it looks like they're playing some form of sweat. They're not even playing action. This is a $5,000 pot where there's no action, but everybody turns over cards one by one to beat the other. And it looks like John Ryan's going to take down a profit of $4,500 without doing much effort. Yep, that's the scooper. He's already got $10K behind. He's about to add another $4,500 to that $10K stack. We're not playing around here in Dallas, okay? We're playing 5-10 uncapped. This game is massive. It's way bigger than a standard California or Las Vegas 5-10, and this game is huge. And so we'll be getting to the 2-card PLO here shortly as they square the pot away. But that was, I think, a good representation of the level of gamble that these guys have. So going down the list, we've got YG, we've got Scott, we've got Taco, Milkman, again, John Ryan here playing some 5-10 no limit hold'em. I'll get the rest of the guys read off here. Donkey, Kyle's, let's see, it's a different order, my bad. William Lottie, hope your first cash game is a good one. Thank you. We do too. If it's anything like the tournament, hopefully it'll be even more fun than calling the tournament. We had a great turnout for the $600 50K, and we're expecting the interest and the engagement to be even higher for these cash games because people love watching people gamble for thousands and thousands of dollars. So it looks like we're already starting with a $20 under the gun straddle. So the game's already getting even bigger. So we're playing 5-10-20 for this hand, 5-10-20-40. So it's a double straddle under the gun +1. It is going to be hard to even keep up with all this. So a few folds around as we wait for the action to come up. Okay, so there's some plaques there in seat 9. So he's got some of those $1,000 plaques. Imagine those will be going into the middle very shortly. Okay, so it looks like Braxton raised to 105 over the $40 straddle. A pretty standard raise size, I think. Don't know what he has currently, but Scott and Milkman have a couple speculative hands, but they already had money invested in the pot. So they're in there for a cheaper price. Scott flops the second nut low. Milkman flops king high, and Braxton, we still have, don't see his cards yet. Scott's going to lead out at 205, just try to take it down here and not have to deal with the pain that comes with seeing a turn. Still, we got Braxton with 2 unknown cards. Looks like we got a call on the turn, ace of spades on the turn. That smashes Braxton's range, and so I imagine Scott, maybe he came to play. He's going to double barrel here. Getting the action tracker squared away. Can't. I think we're waiting for the action tracker to catch back up. Again, thanks for tuning in to TCH Live. We're going to be here for the next 4 hours. So we'll get this smoothed out, squared away, and on to the next hand. Looks like we have a flop of ace, 8, 9, and Donkey's got ace jack off. Scott has deuce 3 of hearts again. On Scott with a 6% equity in the big blind, leading out on an ace, 8, 9 flop. Okay. The action tracker is catching up. Please bear with me. This is correct. Scott actually does have the nut low, and Donkey's got top 2 pair aces and jacks, with Scott leading 550 into him. Donkey's going to bump it up to 1,600, it looks like, as expected. And Scott's going to make a pretty easy fold with the nut low. $2,300 pot, our first pot. Our first no-limit hold'em pot, TCH Live Dallas. Looking at the chip counts, these guys bought in to play 12K, 11K, 10K, 9.5K to play essentially, what is that, 1,000 big blinds? Or 5-10. I mean, granted, the straddles are probably going to be playing all night, so about half of that in terms of stack size and big. So on to the next hand, playing $20 under the gun straddle. Lots of action underway already. On Ryan under the gun +1 with 5-6 of diamonds, which probably is tempting, but he's going to think better of it. Probably smart, out of position. Bunch of napkins around. Donkey with ace-king off. It's always a good feeling to have ace-jack and then ace-king back-to-back. Raising it up to 130. Lawrence B, king-queen off. Thing about Lawrence B, you probably recognize him because he took down that 50K a couple weeks ago for over 35 grand. He's stacked for this game. Going to make a pretty standard call on the cutoff with king-queen off. Scott's going to come along with his existing investment, queen 10 off, and Milkman's going to complete his straddle for 3-4 off. Ace king 5. There's Lawrence B's got the nut spade draw. Donkey flops top 2 pair on monotone board. Decides to check it. It'll probably come back to Donkey. Got Milkman make a pretty easy fold. And now Donkey's got a decision about whether or not to play a check call type strategy here or check raise and essentially communicate the strength of his hand. He's reaching for some chips. He might want to try to charge those draws early on. Yeah, 17, 25 total. So now Lawrence has got 35% equity. He's got to call 1,400 more with his nut flush draw and a pair. There's a chance he could come over the top. I mean, he probably understands that Donkey's got a pretty big hand, but Lawrence B also knows he's drawing to the nuts right now. Hits, scoop a big pot. Donkey's got 9,300 in his stack. Lawrence B could reasonably double up here if he hits gin, turn of the river. Taking a look at the chat. We've got 162 people watching now, and we've got a bunch of people in the chat. Mitch, games look so good in Texas. Yeah, they are as advertised. Anderson, howdy y'all. Howdy Anderson, a frequenter of the Austin stream. And if you haven't checked it out, Austin does TCH Live Sunday nights, Monday nights, and I think Thursday nights. Again, great action down there. Great action at all the TCH locations across Texas. Dallas, we were fortunate enough to get the Tuesday night spot to stream this massive 5-10 no limit hold'em game. And this game plays like this all the time. So y'all come down here if you haven't. We got full tables at TCH Dallas. If you haven't checked out the new room, please stop by. You will not regret it. Mitch, yeah, in Canada, 5-10 buy-in is 2K max. Yeah, I mean, this is uncapped. We're playing, this is more like a, I don't know, 25-50 type game. Nell Harris, got to move back to Dallas now. Poker, yes. Dude, yeah. This is about to be the Mecca. Austin has a bunch of great rooms currently. Houston has a bunch of great rooms. And Dallas is on the up and up. This room is setting the tone for poker in Dallas, and there's no slowing down. We got a big game here. This is a $7,000 pot with a pretty safe card for Donkey's top two pair. And Lawrence basically, he picks up a straight draw here along with his pair and spade draw, so he feels like he's got a lot of equity here on the turn, but he also has to call, basically he has to call his entire stack drawing. Now he's considering, you know, could this guy also be making a move with some kind of pair and spades? Because if he's got a pair and spades, might have some significant equity against him. Or is this guy have just a dry ace-queen and is trying to charge draws? Can't hear the commentators very well. Sound is too low. Is there a way we can turn the gain up or something? Sounds like the commentator, it says they can't see the Anderson, I'm watching while playing at TCH Austin. Nice. We'll get the sound squared away. You know, so he did end up calling. I wonder if they're going to run it twice. Looks like they're going to run it once. And Donkey's going to scoop a $9,300 pot with ace-king. Lawrence B got it in there gambling. You know, if he hits his 10, if he hits a spade, he scoops a massive pot. If he has a pair and a spade and it's an ace, yeah, you're probably right. Well, as we work on the sound, turning up my silky smooth voice. Sorry, I'll get that squared away for you right away. We're on to this next pot. I mean, so far we've played a 5K pot, we've played a $2,400 pot, and we just played a $9,300 pot. These guys are playing on a different level, and it's only going to get more insane. 5, 10, 20, 50, got a double straddle in play now. Tipsy Van Diesel, I like your name. Little low, not bad though. Got it. We're working on it. Yeah, I mean that's a gambling call. I mean, you pretty much have to understand if he's putting all the money in on the turn there, that you're drawing live, but you're not drawing as a favorite, obviously. So you basically have to say, am I trying to gamble or am I trying to pick a better spot for your whole stack? I mean, if you can reload, and maybe if you know your opponent's going to run it twice, maybe that's something to consider. If you know your opponent's only going to run it once, I think that might be personal preference. I don't know what the actual long-term best play is, but I'm probably finding a fold there and cussing everybody out at the same time. That's poker. That's the level of play that's going on here at this table. So we've got a $50 double straddle currently. Donkey playing his rush with Jack-9 offsuit, middle position. Bunch of napkins folding. Scott with Ace-Jack off on the button. Pretty good position for a raise, I'd say. He's got 12K behind. Going to raise it up to, it looks like 250. Taco folds, Milkman folds, John Ryan folds, Will folds, all the napkins. Donkey playing that rush, baby. Jack-9 off, middle position. Easy call for him. $200 more. Going to a flop. Ace-5-10. So I imagine this will go one of one ways. Check, bet, fold. And Scott, pretty safe flop for him for value. Leading out for 300, and yeah, Donkey's just going to fold. On to the next hand. Taking a look back at the chat. Oh, my boss Ryan, Ben, you can turn your volume up on the mixer to your right. I just want to avoid breaking anything. I sound 100% like David Tuckman, my twin brother. I think that's a compliment because he's actually experienced. I'm figuring all this out. If you're in the chat, let me know if the audio sounds any better commentator-wise. Not content-wise, but just audio level-wise. Let me know because we're actively working on it. $20 under the gun straddle. On to hand number 5. 510. Look at all those plaques. $1,000 plaques. What is that? $7,000 worth of plaques right there? That's pretty. YG folding Jack-10 off. All right. Scott, King-Jack off in the cutoff. Another pretty standard raising spot for him. He came to play. Okay, pretty good audio. Thank you. Awesome. We're back at it. So $75 raise. Will with 10-9 off. He's already got $20 invested. Gonna call complete for the additional 55. Taco's in there. Queen-5 suited on the button. Flop of 4-9-5. So a little bit of everything for the underdog hands. Scott's got 2 overs. He's gonna have a standard C bet here. I imagine Will is gonna, or Taco's gonna at least come along, and then Will has a decision to make. He's got top pair, pretty good kicker, but he also knows that the button or the cutoff could be raising pretty wide, so this could hit his range as well. 6 of diamonds on the turn doesn't change a ton. I mean, 7-8 gets there, 5-6 gets there. Kind of some weird 2-pair hands that late position players could be raising with. Because these guys are going to be raising pretty wide on the cutoff and the button, I'd imagine. Checks all the way around river, and look at that. Taco coming from all the way behind. Queens and 5s on the button. Will's just trying to play check call. He's got a good amount of showdown value. Scott's got no showdown value, so he's got to put it out there. He's probably going to get some bad news from Taco. This would be a pretty good position to raise in. I mean, what is Scott betting with other than, at best, an overpair? So he's just going to call here. Maybe raising is incorrect. I don't know. It feels like a raise would be appropriate there. Big shout out to Carolyn Hapgood for making the trip out to Dallas to get the show up and running this week. Producer Carolyn, she can do no wrong. Paul Wong, where is the table talk? I think we're working on table audio. David Tuckman is a legend. Yes. Nick from Yuma, more complaints. Hey, I thrive off complaints, bro. It means everybody's engaged. Right. On to hand number 6. 5, 10, 20. They must have agreed to do a whole round of straddles. So essentially the effective stacks are, or the stack sizes are cut in half with a $20 under the gun straddle. For people that don't know, a straddle is essentially money that you put into the pot without seeing your cards to kind of juice up the action. And pre-flop, you get last action. You basically get to complete the action as if you're on the button, but only pre-flop. I imagine a lot of you know that, but for those that are tuning in and maybe still learning the game, that's what a straddle is. It's good to bump up the stakes of the game, especially if a game is kind of going dry, but it also puts you in a weird position pre-flop. So, owner Ryan, we're having some table audio issues at both locations. We're actually about to try a new setup where each player wears a lapel mic. Well, that would be legit. Flop of Jack 6-3, Jack 10 versus King 7. John Ryan well ahead of the King 7 in the small blind. Braxton, he turns a gutter ball. He's just going to let it go. Makes sense. $340 pot right there. And yeah, I mean, this is the landscape that it looks like pretty consistently at TCH Dallas. A lot of pink chips in play, a lot of black plaques in play. There's a bunch of hard-earned money on this table. And we're gambling. But we're also playing good poker. Some of these guys are making some good moves. And there's a reason, I think, that they're playing at this level. Maybe they just got a bunch of money, but a lot of these guys have probably earned their place playing 5-10 uncapped. So now we've got a $75 under the gun straddle. Donkey said, I'm playing my rush, bro. We're about to put some more cheddar in the pot. Let's play. Lawrence B with a reasonable pair of sixes under the gun +2. Gonna limp, set mine a little bit. He's probably gonna have to pay a little more. Now the YG's got pocket jiggities in middle position. Gonna bump it up to 225. Mad Benjamin. Hello, Dallas. What up, Mad Benjamin? Great name. Nick from Yuma in the house. Consistently in the house. What up? What up? Donkey in the straddle. He invested the 75, and now he's got to make a decision with 6 deuce off. So this is the predicament that you get in when you make a big straddle like that. It juices up the game, but you also kind of put yourself out of position with some speculative hands. So we're going 3 ways to a flop. Jacks versus sixes versus the 6 deuce ball. So YG is just going to smash it and flop top set. But also there's it's a pretty draw heavy board. And so he's going to need to pump up the volume very early on. It's got top set, and reasonably you can expect that this hit the other 2 players' ranges as well. So he's not scared of betting out here. He's just trying to determine how much to bet to get the most value and charge the draws appropriately. So 225, I like it. That's kind of the new school way of thinking, betting about, a 3rd or 4th pot on the flop, and then probably making a pot-sized bet on the turn, assuming there's a safe card. And Donkey here is calling 225 floating. It's cheap enough for him to float here, assuming that he doesn't think YG or Lawrence has anything. I imagine he's trying to set up a play here to take the pot away. So Lawrence is going to make the correct fold with pocket sixes. Donkey knows, okay, so YG is going to turn quads, and any plan that Donkey had is now foiled. And YG, he's only got 1,500 in his stack. Maybe that's why Donkey was calling, thinking that he could flex his big stack on later streets. YG now is, I imagine he's going to check back here because he's got all of the board. Yeah, there we go. So check. He's just hoping and praying like a 9 of hearts comes on the river. 10 of spades, that's a pretty good card for Donkey to bluff at. I'm assuming he thinks that a 10 is a good card for him to bluff at. Which he's going to have to if he wants any chance at this pot. But he is going to get some super bad news. He's essentially putting YG all in. YG should shove for all of it, and then Donkey's probably going to have to fold for $400 more. So he's doing a little Hollywood. Can't blame him. Pretty rare that you turn quads pure like that with a pocket pair in the hole. So he knows that there's 11 out here, but he's just trying to get paid the additional 400. And now Donkey has to fold for essentially $1 extra. I mean, he's got essentially the nut low, and YG shoves with quads. And that's a $3,800 pot. He's almost tripled up there. So he was nice to show his hand, show that he wasn't making a play, some like super leveling war play where he shoves for only $400 more. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to be playing 5-10 uncapped and turn quads when you have a standard 150 big blind stack. Interesting gesture for a check on YG's part. Yeah, I mean, everybody's kind of got their personal preference on how they check, and the dealers do a pretty good job, or do a really good job of, interpreting everyone's personal check action. And I can't say enough about the dealers here at TCH Dallas. They've come from all over the country, and they're some of the best in the business. Consistently, if you're here at 3 o'clock in the morning, the dealers are just as sharp as they are at noon. I mean, these dealers are they come from the Bellagio, they come from Stone's, they've come from every big poker room in the country, and they're now chilling here in Dallas, serving up some great poker action. All right, so now we got some respectable hands showing up here. Ace-Queen suited for Milkman. Will on the button with King Deuce suited. All right, I think that potentially could be in a calling range. Four-handed to a flop. Queen, 10-4, Rainbow. Not much for anybody except Milkman, who flops top-top. Pretty safe flop for top-top in the hijack. And it's, yeah, Milkman let out for 400, and he's probably just going to take this out. Take this down. $715 pot. Nothing to rub your nose at. But I'm sure he would have preferred to have a $9,300 pot. Oscar goes to, yeah, I mean, when you turn quads and you see all this money on the table, you're trying to figure out how to milk as much money as possible. Can't really blame him for trying to Hollywood a little bit. But I imagine these guys are pretty experienced to see through a lot of that. Generally on a board that as wet as like that, generally Hollywooding is pretty easy to see through, I think. Quit playing like y'all wouldn't. If you turn quads playing 5-10 uncapped, you wouldn't Hollywood a little bit. Quit playing. I know y'all would. Okay, so we got all the kings in the deck out between Scott, Taco, and Will, all suited. And Braxton's got ace-10 on the button. Just going to call here. Oh, okay, because Will 3-bet 300 in the cutoff with king-queen suited. Understandable. Against an under-the-gun +2 raise. Braxton is going to cold call on the button with ace-10 off. And Scott is going to come along for an additional 225, which is going to bring Taco in with a speculative king-7 of hearts. But if he smashes hearts here, he's going to be the only one there. So this could potentially be a huge pot. Deuce 3-4 on the flop. So that is just about the most action-killing flop there could have been. Everybody's got overs. Braxton has got a wheel draw. Will against, got to play pretty straightforward against 4 players. So he's just going to check through 4 clubs. All right. So Scott now turns really good club draw, 2 overs. Taco is probably given up. Will, okay, so that shows what I know. But he's going to go for it here. Taco, $600, pure bluff. Technically, he's got 2 overs, and he's going to get Will out of there. He's going to get Braxton out of there. So now Scott is most likely going to come along, getting 3-1. Got to call 600 to win 18, or 24, depending on how you look at it. And it's going to completely whiff for both. And I imagine it's going to go check, and Scott's going to take it down with king high. Unless, maybe Taco has just got a double barrel plan here. And he shows the bluff. Bets, I missed the bet, but Taco, he was the one with the most heart. Took down that $1,500 pot with a pure bluff. Taking a look back at the chip counts, Donkey with 14,000 leading the charge with a very colorful stack. Those $500 chips, $1,000 plaques. We're playing 5, 10, 20 right now. 5, 10, 20, 150. So every orbit, the straddles have gone up. 5, 10, 20, 150. We're playing 2-card, no limit hold'em. Okay. Taking a look back at the action, Donkey with King 7 off. It's folded to him. No, yeah, it's folded. Well, it's a $150 straddle. Kyle Z with a real hand, 10-9 suited in the small blind. He might try to take it down here. Looks like he bets 450 in bad position, but it's a pretty good hand. It hits a lot of flops, very playable. Scott with ace-3 off, under the gun +1. In the straddle, I imagine he's going to come along since he already put the 150 out there. Yes, this is Ben Kirby. They let me come back. They couldn't beat the price, and it's just me in the booth currently, but we are going to be bringing in guest commentators each week to spice up the commentary and hopefully get a different perspective. But for the time being, it's just your boy. Ace, ace, king, 2 diamonds. So Scott flops trips and Kyle flops a pretty good flush draw. And Kyle is going to bet 300 with Scott raising to 800. So now Kyle's got to be thinking, well, why didn't this dude 3-bet me if he's got an ace? I imagine he's at the top. I imagine he's putting him at the top of his range with a weak ace. Queen gives him an additional straight draw. And Scott is checked 2. He's thinking about how to extract the most value. He probably still feels pretty good. And we are bringing in some guest commentators already, which I won't take it personally. And Tommy, right? Yes. Yeah. So we're bringing Tommy in the booth. We'll get him a headset squared away, but stand by for that. As Scott bets $1,000 into this $2,500 pot, and Kyle's got to essentially think, is he even live if he hits his diamonds? All right, so he's going to check raise. Dude, we're playing poker here now. So Kyle is going to check raise to 3,000 against Scott, where Scott's got a legitimate hand. He's got trip aces, but he's got no kicker. And it looks like Scott is going to just call here. And so now Kyle Z has got it. Does he have another bullet in the chamber if he misses the diamond? All right, and so now Scott's got pretty much a hammerlock on the hand. The only thing he loses to is ace-king or pocket queens. So Kyle is now sees that card and wants to decide if he is going to use that card, and it looks like he's going to give up, probably. And so now Scott is going to try to maybe Hollywood a little bit to try to extract some value here. He knows he's got pretty much a hammerlock on the hand, but he also probably knows that Kyle Z doesn't have a ton of this because he blocks any other ace. So Scott is going to lead out for, looks like, what, 2,000? 2,000 into 8,500, so that is very value-y. Dude, is Kyle Z about to check raise this dude? No, okay, so he's going to go ahead and fold. Nice hand, a $10,500 pot. Well played by Scott. And now I want to introduce my new commentating friend, Tommy. Tommy, introduce yourself. What's up, man?
What's going on, guys? I was just playing some out there, and then I know this is going on, and I know half these players here, so I think I could add some value to this beat.
That's awesome. So what stakes do you generally play?
I usually play 2-5, so most of these guys, I play with them on a week.
Okay. So you think some of these guys are taking shots, or do they play 5-10
I don't think none of these guys are taking shots.
Oh, okay.
Most of these guys are actually rigs, and they all have a strategy. I think.
Yeah.
I'm surprised at some of these guys' strategy. For example, Mason utilizing deep.
Oh yeah.
So given that he's buying short, I have an idea what he's doing. I did see that hand that he played ace queen. So I have a good understanding of what I think what he's trying to start out doing. I think he's gonna buy a short stack, and he's gonna look to for a spot to jam it in, squeeze some of these players.
Yeah, it seems like a good opportunity for that since most of the players bought in mega deep.
Right.
There is some merit into short stacking, where you can essentially push all your equity at the beginning and not get blown off a hand.
Yeah.
So what about you for like 2-5? You generally play match the stack. What is your strategy for those kind of games? I imagine the people that are watching play a lot of 2-5. How has the experience been for you at TCH Dallas so far, and how do you think the competition's been?
The game has been great because it's deep, and a lot of the players that are coming up here are actually WinStar players that don't play deep. So it plays a certain different style because at WinStar you cap at 500. Most players are gigs with their average stack is probably 2,000, 3,000. So there's a lot more creativity in the bluffing spots. So I enjoy the game more.
Yeah. I mean, I am a low stakes player. I don't rate the 2-5 game, but watching it from afar, it plays pretty big, and it's definitely been a benefit with all the WinStar players coming down here for sure. So we've got 3 legitimate hands here. Like you just came in where people were playing Queen 5 suited and all that, but now we've got Ace Jack versus Kings versus Pocket Tens with Donkey 3-betting in the cutoff. So who's your do you have a favorite in this game? Like who do you think is got an edge against the field?
So if we were to rank these players, I know about 5 of them. So I think based on experience, we probably have to put Will at the top because he probably does most of the studying and he has the experience. And I think followed by Kyle because he also has the experience, and they both have the similar styles that they both are math based, GTO based.
Yeah.
Kyle is not as aggressive as Will in terms of finding spots. For example, I think Will would take advantage of blockers more often than Kyle will.
I see. Yeah, that's such an advantage now because people aren't willing to put in the kind of boring GTO study, but that really does pay off when you're playing some of the long-term game.
Yeah.
And coming from like the 1-2 streets, there's still plenty of people that don't do that at all. and you could profit pretty significantly off of that. So we're playing the straddles have been insane. 5-10-20. We just played a 5-10-20 150, and now it looks like we've cooled down to 5-10-20 40. Do you straddle in the 2-5 game?
I tend to not straddle because I tend to play based on the blinds. So if the game is standard 10 blind straddle, but because I play on a consistent basis, it's 5, then the blind is a 5, then I don't straddle because outside of making the game juicier, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Inflating the pot, so which is go against the fundamentals of poker.
Right. I mean, you're essentially putting more money in the worst position and essentially having to make mediocre decisions without having any kind of hand selection.
Trying to pull a bluff with 6-2 off.
Yeah, exactly. So you saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes it works out if you got enough heart and enough money, but then other times you kind of don't look so smart. So we've got a few nice drawing hands here. A lot of kind of middling equities. Taco in there with 9 deuce off in the straddle. See again, like this is the peril of straddling. He's got the 9 deuce off ball and a pretty action flop. King Jack 5.
Well, nobody really playing so I tend to look here. These kind of flop is the blockers to the spade, right? Who has the spade blocker, so they could actually make some kind of meet and play down the street. And anybody holding a 10 or a spade probably be more active in this spot.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's got the only spades.
Yeah.
And he's just gonna get out of there.
So it's probably gonna be a relatively. 9 is a little bit too optimistic.
Yeah.
I mean, if there was 1 diamond, then it would be he's in position with 1 diamond. I think it would be a play, but especially given his stack, he just has no maneuver.
And so John Ryan's gonna just lead out here, 275. I imagine he's not betting for value here, since this board smashes a button range. So Lawrence has to decide. I mean, he's been on a mega heater as of late. As I was walking in, I heard after he won the 50K, he went and won the next day he won the $3,000 guaranteed. To win 2 tournaments in a row is a pretty mega heater, I'd say.
I think that was actually a pretty good bet by John Ryan because given the stack size in that board right there, if Lawrence had any decent kind of end range, he's gonna look to get it in.
Yeah.
So he's calling there, and
like he would have heard from Lawrence.
And then if he does call the turn on that kind of board with the stack size, it looks like pretty much a weekend that Ryan could probably blow him off on.
Yeah, I like that. See, this is why we have guest commentators for actual poker analysis and strategy. It's so helpful because I think most people at the low stakes would say, all right, I've got bottom pair. Yeah. I'm probably just going to check call or check fold. And John Ryan found a way to actually get some value there.
Yeah.
So on to hand number 13. So are you so for people that don't know, I'm just now meeting Tommy, so we're just getting to know each other. Do you play full time or do you work as well?
I tell the people at the poker table I work poker, and then once I get enough money, I go gamble with it on startups, and then once I lose everything, I come back and if you see me at the poker table, it's because I didn't do well on a startup. But
so a little high variance venture capital.
Yeah, it's like going all in with knowing you need like runner, 2 out, and then 1 outer.
Yeah,
and you're going to go all in with that.
But that one time that you do hit is going to keep you coming back with startups.
Yeah, just one time dealer.
Yeah, yeah. But actually, like 40 times, please, dealer.
Yeah,
that's cool. Yeah, I mean. That makes sense. I mean, poker is a pretty high variance game. Investing in startups is a very high risk, high reward type game.
And I played WinStar for a while on and off, and so 2-5s have always been my game because I really never tried to advance in terms of. I know in order to move to the next steps in 5-10, you have to kind of like 5 extra bankroll.
Yeah.
I'd rather do something with it, and then you have to put in the GTO time to study.
Because you're going to get crushed if you don't.
Yeah, because
in the long run,
there's going to be so many close decisions, and if you don't have the math behind you, you're not going to make the right decision with need that edge.
Yeah, because those guys, I mean, generally, unless they're just loaded rich, the guys that are playing up there consistently are playing up there because they made it up there.
Yeah,
and are playing at that level, and it's tough. I mean, moving up stakes, even 1-2 to 2-5. Granted, there's probably a smaller kind of skill gap between 1-2 and 2-5, but still, like, you gotta be really disciplined at bankroll management. You got to be really disciplined about hand selection and also pushing those small edges over the long run if you want to move up in stakes. And like, it does take time. Like, you can't move up in stakes correctly part time, I would say, or it'd be very hard to.
Yeah.
Especially without being able to play online poker.
Yeah.
Like, you got to put some hours in here.
And you got to do the math.
Right. Yeah, and a lot of people don't want to do that. And I don't really want to do that. I mean, it's the math part, especially studying it after hours, is hardly interesting unless you're naturally a math guy.
Yeah. And so if we want to break down some of these players, like I think 3 of these players are math. YG is. I asked these guys for permission first because I told them if I was to come on and I guess commentating, if I break them down and expose them with
yeah, please do. That's what makes it compelling.
So YG, I play with him a lot, and he's pure GTO based. His range is always top heavy. So yesterday I told him there are spots where he cannot win a pot, and those spots are when he limps because he does not have a limping range, especially early limping range.
Yeah.
He's not limping, let's say Queen Jack suited, mixing it up. It just is not in his game. When he limps on a board like 3-5 rainbow, he cannot win those kind of pots.
So it's not merged enough. Like, it's pretty linear.
Yeah. So he and Kyle, and they play more GTO based. So you're playing poker. There's 2 ways to play. You could play balance, which is GTO, or you could play, which is more my style, unbalanced but super exploitative.
Yeah.
So it's more fun. So I do a lot of random, unorthodox things that I limp a lot, things that I would say fish friendly.
Yeah. I mean, that's the guys that play almost exclusively live tend to develop those skills where it's like, this only works live, but it works really well live. Some of those exploitative moves Or like making those exploitative folds where it's like this dude is never going to 4-bet me without the nuts, and I'm just going to fold my queens or whatever. Yeah, I mean those are skills that are developed over time. So we've got somewhat of a hand developing here. Donkey, do you know what's Donkey's real name?
Jason.
Jason.
So he's probably the players I don't know, but he's probably one of the weaker players on here because he overvalues some of his ranges.
Okay. So he is leading out 4-15 with middle set or bottom set. And Will's just going to open fold second pair there. And he's going to take it down. I mean, he's got a massive stack.
Will just fold middle pair to Donkey.
He did, yeah.
So I guess so we have to kind of so Donkey. Why would Will fold a middle pair to Donkey on one bet like that? Just Donkey gave away some kind of strength.
Yeah.
Right? Lost off of, and so when poker with exploitative playing, you have to be more observant of players.
Yeah.
You pick up patterns, and so far let's narrow down Donkey as the guy that we want to.
He self-titled himself Donkey.
So we want to analyze him. So when he has a made hand, he led out on a club board with no club with set board, right? So he's in his mind, we're probably thinking, okay, he might want to looking to get it in against a flush to try to stack, because that would be probably what I think would be his intention is to try to gamble and a set, and knowing that if he gets the money in, he's probably happy to get his money in behind getting a gamble and stack somebody.
Yeah.
And I think because Will kind of probably read on that, that's why he folded middle pair without floating. He did have a backdoor straight draw to go with it.
Yeah.
So folding to Donkey. I didn't pick up the pre-flop bet, but it's just the standard flop, I think, and Donkey kind of gave away a read.
Yeah. Yeah, and so that falls into those exploitative plays that you pick up as a live player specifically. And like, so you know, maybe that fold is never okay in GTO world, but if it's player dependent and you have a meta with somebody that you've been playing for hours and hours, you can make that exploitative fold. So 10-5-5 here, $665 pot. John Ryan's just going to try to take it down with Jack High here. Will might look him up with ace-king off. I mean, he's got position. He's got 2 overs. He's got backdoor clubs. Yeah, this seems like a pretty good spot to float here because he's putting John Ryan in a pretty uncomfortable position, especially given the hand that he has. So John Ryan's going to have to empty the clip here. Or not empty the clip, but at least go 3 streets if he wants to take this down.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a good bluff because when Will 3-bet and then he checks here, he's not checking to fold.
Right.
So if he's calling on the flop, unless John Ryan's willing to just unload, which is pretty spewy, then he should have gave up on. I think he should have just gave up on the flop on that board.
Yeah.
Knowing that Will's 3-betting range on this board include a lot of high aces that will check call.
And so now Will's probably not going to go anywhere for any significant bet.
No.
I mean, unless John Ryan just jams
5K or something.
Yeah.
Like even 5K, Will might look him up. I don't think there's any bet here at this point that he's.
But it is a terrible feeling though when you make a call like this with ace high and he turns over pocket 6s.
If I were to peg that would suck. But I don't think.
1875. He's at least making him think about it.
Unless John Ryan is.
Oh, he's just gonna fold here.
Yeah.
See, that's 3 barrels. That's what it took, dude. These guys are playing, man. This isn't any passive poker, bro.
I think we have to. The first question is, what do we think Will put him on? So, like you said, I think a pocket pair. Then
with the river pairing the board,
it
in his range, in a big blind calling range there, he does have all the low pocket pairs. And so with the river pairing, I think that's a pretty safe card.
So
okay.
What I'm noticing that is at these high stakes players that they tend to they're very aggressive on paired boards, like over bets, and where they would bet like a quarter of the pot on the flop, then they start smashing the turn and just like rip on the river.
Yeah.
But they do it on paired board because it's very polarized boards, and so now whenever there's a paired board at these high stakes games, you can, in general, at low stakes, paired board game kind of just
plays itself,
kills the action.
Yeah.
But here, paired board, you're gonna get a lot of interesting spots. Like that hand right there, I think once Will check call there, he had to at least be willing to call the river because he already gave away his hand.
Yeah.
He has ace high. He's just going to put Ryan whether on a bluff or not. And if he's going to call the turn there, he should give it more consideration on the river.
Yeah. I like it. I mean, he did make it pretty expensive, and I guess maybe he did think, like, dude, this guy could easily have the 6s, 7s, 8s in his range, but he also has all the king queens and king jacks that decide to turn it into a bluff.
The one thing is that Will did hold the ace of club, which was the flush draw blocker, so that would take a lot of the nut flush bluffing.
Where he could be barreling on the river.
Yeah, so Ryan's not barreling his nut flush anymore. Nut flush.
Yeah. Nice. Well, that's a pretty good hand to discuss. I mean, that's pure poker right there. I mean, they weren't playing their cards. I mean, they were playing pretty high level.
Poker.
Yeah, I like it. So we're playing 5-10-75. I've got my buddy Tommy in the booth with me. We've got 459 people watching TCH Live. We've got a ton of people in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from, other than Nick from Yuma, because I can imagine we know where you are. Everybody, let me know where you're watching the stream from, and smash the like button if you haven't. There's 7 likes, which seems unsat. Smash the like button if you're enjoying the stream so far and you're enjoying all the high-stakes action over here at TCH Dallas. Jesse S., scared money don't make money. This is why you should never fold ever. Jesse S., come on down to TCH Dallas. But you're right. I mean, these guys are definitely not playing scared money, which is awesome for us to watch.
There are some players that are playing a little bit different than I expected. For example, Mason. I expected him to be a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more gambling. But
yeah, it's still early. I imagine they're kind of figuring out the dynamic of the table and figuring out who's coming to splash around and who's playing straightforward. So, again, Taco is going to lead out here $300 on the hijack on a queen jack 4 flop. So that's a c-bet. Taco raised to 300. John Ryan called on the button with king 10 off for 300 c-bet. And then John Ryan's going to raise king 10 with the open-ended straight draw and take it down. I mean, Taco was at the bottom of his range there. He just had no equity to continue.
So then that's twice already, right? The first time Taco led out into a massive field with no equity, and then this time same thing again with no backdoor equity. So you gotta wonder what his strategy is.
He's going pedal to the metal, I think, because the last hand he did take down with the what was that, king 4, king 7 suited or something. So the aggression worked. I imagine it's just a matter of picking your spots correctly. And it's hard to pick your spots when once you see, oh, this aggression worked out, it's hard not to want to do it again. But then you can also go equally as bad for you.
Yeah. So we'll make a mental note of that and keep it down because I think that's gonna resurface itself. Taco's gonna get himself into a bad spot later on, and he goes for a bluff with no equity, and he ends up having to spew off somewhere at the end.
Right. Well, hopefully he adjusts. It would be awesome to see him flex that or use that knowledge from his previous bluff to really get value out of his, aces or kings. So now we've got a bunch of hands here between Braxton, Scott, Will. The Will 3-bet on the button, standard king, queen suited after Scott had opened with pocket 9s. Braxton is all in. So this is the benefit of having a shorter stack is that you can jam in with your kings and not get raised off of your equity regardless of the flop. So he's all in for 1,100. Scott's contemplating a call here with 2 other people behind him.
Scott, Ryan. I think he's going to call. I'm going to bet that he's going to call, hoping that Will call so that he'll put Will in a tough spot because he's been gambling.
Yeah.
So
Scott called for 985 more. Will has got a really good draw in hand on the button in position with Scott who has 14K behind. I mean, your implied odds here, if you jam this, I don't know how legit implied odds are these days, but if you hit a big flop, okay, so he just re-jams.
Yeah, he had his standard because he doesn't want Scott to come along.
Yeah, I like that.
His hands are vulnerable.
I like that. So that's interesting, though, that I think a lot of low stakes players probably aren't taking this line because the surface level says, look at all this action. King, queen suited is dominated here. But the stack sizes are that Will's got enough to push Scott off a hand exactly like he has, and Will gets to play heads up or run his cards heads up against Braxton versus playing against Scott, who could really put some hurt on him.
Because if he calls, then it's dead pot, then it puts him in a tough spot if Braxton starts. If Scott starts putting action in.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then if he raises, any small pot creates a side action, which even puts him in a tough spot. So the best play would be to try to get Scott out of the hand right away.
Yeah, I like that. This is why I did not be playing at the stake, because I would have just open folded, I think.
A lot of options, though.
Yeah. So Scott's in there. So we're playing a 3-way pot for 14 grand, and Will doesn't like seeing a call there.
No.
He's got equity, and I think the aggression is going to pay off in the long run.
Scott has to put them both on overs.
Yeah.
And only that, he's putting Braxton on a pair and hoping that Will has overs, and then he could have gambling.
Yeah, or essentially maybe he's even thinking like the $1,100 is kind of negligible, so he's just got to play Will as if Braxton wasn't even in the pot.
I think he's gambling that Braxton has a pair and Will doesn't. At best, maybe ace-king.
Yeah.
Because if Will has a strong pair, he would want Scott along as well. So he probably raise small to drag Scott in. Let's say he has pocket kings versus hands versus king-queen. He wouldn't jam it in. He would probably raise it to like 2,500, 29. Let give Scott some equity to call because his pot's 4,000.
Yeah.
And then how much? Then that would leave him a pot size shove, and then let's say a flop comes like 2, 3, 4, Scott would be put in a tougher position. So the fact that Will shoved and took that play away, I think, puts him on more of a higher Broadway cards of range. Those ranges.
I see. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Cool. So our dealer is getting the pot squared away. We've got 3-way action here for 14 grand. So Scott's going to show Will like, oh, you're actually flipping for the additional $5,500.
Scott's probably fist pumping. He's correct.
He's like, oh, I didn't realize I was in this good a shape.
I
knew I was behind on Braxton.
He was right though. He put the short stack on the pocket pair and the big stack on overs.
That's outstanding. We're playing some high level poker here. So let's go to a pretty important flop. So so ace 10 6 8. So Scott has a straight draw.
Oh, Scott got it.
So Scott's going to scoop it, or
no, he's
not going to scoop it.
He won what matters.
He won the big portion of the side pot. Braxton's going to win 2,200. He's going to triple up here, and Scott is going to win 4,300. Now, no fault to Will. He made. I think we would agree he did the right thing. Scott also did the right thing. I think.
Well, let's
situationally.
Situational. So let's analyze the different approach. Like, this is of course Will style GTO. This is probably the balanced way. That way you your aces and everything makes it hard to guess. Whereas if you're playing exploitative, you're deep. You want Scott in the hand. You want to see a flop. Give Scott an opportunity to make a mistake. Why would you want to gamble if you outskill a person?
Yeah.
So I would rather see a flop, and then see maybe I could take away from Scott and use my skill versus my equity, pre-flop equity.
Yeah.
He's just, Will's just pushing his pre-flop equity and not really. He should, if he called, he could utilize his skill more.
Yeah. And, Will's back in there pulling out some plaques. He came to play, and this is the benefit of playing so deep, is that you can make moves like that. And, if it didn't work out this time, he learned something from that hand. He understands Scott's calling range against, I guess that's a 4-bet shove. So that's helpful for him for the future. But, props to Scott for scooping that big pot, and also Braxton got it in good, held up, even with the ace high board, which is what you always see with pocket kings.
Props to Scott for going with his read.
Yeah, and not backing down for me. He's like, he had a hunch or he had a read and he went for it and ended up paying off this time.
Yeah.
All right, so YG's in there. 9-8 of clubs, under the gun +1. Scott's got another legitimate hand. King Jack suited. Taco's in there with some of his favorite hands suited. John Ryan ace king off. So we're heating up here, boys and girls.
So I think Scott's probably gonna call. Taco's probably gonna call. I think YG's gonna fold because of the people behind him.
Say that again. Sorry, I was reading
So
the chat.
Scott probably going to call for sure. And that's going to bring Taco along. YG might call so that the others could come along because he does have a good, but I don't think he's deep enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Since, given that he's well, he always acts, so you don't know what he's really.
Oh, like he tanks a little bit.
Yeah, he's a tanker.
That's all right. Let's see. Yeah, plaques are $1K each. The pink chips are $500. Blacks are $100. Greens $25. Reds are $5.
He fold. Yep. So Scott's upset. Like Scott's gonna call, and then Taco, of course, gonna call.
Taco seems more interested in grabbing a Red Bull or something here.
He's calling.
So it's $400 more into $1,100. Jack 5 suited, 30% equity.
Oh.
Okay, so he's gonna we can tell he's changing gears a little bit.
Yeah. Well, Taco, we don't have a read on him yet.
Right. 6 deuce 3, so Jack 5 would have, flopped a little bit.
I think Ryan's gonna bet like 350 or 315. One of those standard small bet.
Oh, check. Because I guess he thinks that. I don't know why you checked there.
I think he's checking because he knows that Scott's gonna call any bet, so he probably want to go to showdown at this point.
I see. Okay, yes.
Because,
Enough's in there. It's just a weird board.
Because if
connected.
If he bets, he could get blood. He could lose a hand because if he bets and then let's say Scott makes a call and then he checks the river turn, then Scott could bluff the river.
Right.
So by checking, he gets to the turn, and then if Scott, I'm messing up the name. Scott does bet out. He still has a play in he could raise, he could call to represent. Maybe he's just pot controlling, and then if Scott checks the river, he could maybe go showdown with his ace, or maybe if a bad card comes, like maybe a queen or jack, he could bluff it if he chooses to, putting maybe Scott on a pocket pair.
Yeah, that's a good call by John Ryan. He's going to win it with ace-king high. Scott had no choice really there unless he just wanted to give up. So nice call, ace-king high.
So the plan, he did what kind of makes he checked and then let it to get the showdown call.
Yeah, I like it. So we are continuing to play 5, 10, 20. 5, 10, 20, 150, or whatever under the gun wants to make it. We're playing huge. TCH Dallas. 542 people watching tonight during dinner time. Thanks for spending so much time with us. Thanks for tuning in to this inaugural cash game stream. And this is pretty representative of the cash games over at TCH Dallas. So if you haven't checked us out, please head on over here and get in on some of this. Even the 1-2 games are good. It's not uncapped. 1-2's not uncapped. It's a 300 max. But the game plays real nice, pretty consistently. And Tommy can attest to the 2-5 action. I mean, they're on the weekends especially. We'll have 10 tables of 2-5 going. During the weekdays, probably 4 to 6 tables of 2-5. It's always going down here at TCH Dallas.
So Will's adjusting his play now. He's not 3-betting with that ace-queen offsuit against Taco. So just make a mental note. We don't know what the strategy is now.
Scott was in there on the straddle with 7-3 off.
That could also be the reason because he wants Scott to come along as well. Because if he 3-bets and then he forces everybody out, and then let's say he gets Will calls a 4-bet, well, they kind of force the bad player, the player they want out of the pot, and then they're up against each other.
Yeah, interesting. And he flops a pretty good draw. I mean, he flops a Broadway draw here, plus 1 over, and some backdoor hearts.
Yeah.
Scott's going to be out of there. Taco might look him up with third pair here and backdoor hearts as well. 500 into what's math? 500 into 900, so he's got to call 500 to win 14 or 19 technically. He's just going to let it go. I mean, the middle or cutoff range, I mean, that hits a lot of his cutoff 3-betting hands.
Yeah, if he called there,
he didn't 3-bet with the ace queen.
He had to be prepared to call the river end because he knows that Will's gonna unload the clip on him at that hand. Because if he has any draws or any decent hand, he's betting to protect. So when he checks there, he doesn't have a hand strong enough to call the river.
Right.
So might as well just give up now.
Yeah, I like it. On to the next hand. Will has reloaded. back up to, it looks like he's probably got 3,000 or 4,000 behind. That's plenty of chips to play this game. 400 big blinds or so.
How many of these guys do you think have a observing fan to kind of let them know what's going on?
I mean, if it was me, I would definitely be doing it. I mean, it would behoove me. Now, the rule is you can't look at your phone at the table, but there's nothing preventing you from getting off the table, off the stage, and either consulting or looking back at the stream. If it was me, I'd be looking back at it straight up.
You got to have a consultant, right?
Yeah. I mean, because we're playing for some real money here.
Mm-hmm.
And look at all these legitimate hands. Ace-10 suited, king-jack off, pair of sixes, pair of eights. Donkey's in there with the 5-deuce off in the cutoff because he's getting mega pot odds in position.
He's on the button. He's not folding at the button. Pot odds. Everything's pot odds to him.
Yeah. And, sometimes it'll work out, especially if he binks that wheel or the 5-5-5.
You'll never see it coming, right?
There's always possibility. Let's see. Checking back in on the chat, we got people from all over. We got people in Finland, Brazil, Lake Tahoe, Greenville, South Carolina, Iowa City, McKinney, in the Arizona desert, Tulsa, Biloxi, Mississippi. Shout out to the Beau Rivage, Dallas, Quincy, Belgium. I mean, this is a worldwide affair. Thank you for tuning in to TCH Live Dallas. My name's Ben. I'm here with my buddy Tommy. We're playing 5-10, no limit, uncapped. J24 asks, who has the best action, Dallas, Houston, or Austin? Any of the TCH locations in Dallas, Houston, or Austin, and even Rio Grande Valley all have amazing action. Whichever's closest, probably your best bet. Do it. All right, so I lost track of the action once I started reading the chat. But Donkey ended up taking that down with the 5-deuce, so.
Yeah, he uses his position. I don't like on that board. I think he was gonna probably bet away, knowing him and his bluff, because he does hold a backdoor straight and blockers. Yeah.
So
that's why that's a theme of high stakes is blockers. Like
blockers in position are incredibly powerful
because you have to squeeze out all the edges, and blockers is just maybe that 1 or 2% equity, but that matters all the time.
And for the people that maybe aren't studying every day, you mind talking through blockers and what considerations go into evaluating a hand based on blockers?
So when you want to kind of read a hand and what they possibly have, if you look at your hand, you have hands that could create have draws, then you're blocking their draws. So let's say when you bet, then they call, well, if you are blocking all the draws, then they tend to have more made hands, the frequency, the weight. So that kind of helps you. Whereas if you don't have it, well, now the potential of them having it is much higher. It's a small fraction. They can have anything, but at least they say you unblock it.
Yeah, and that's really helpful, and especially when we play PLO tomorrow, blockers play a huge role in. I mean, blockers can almost turn into a value type hand. So like in PLO when you're playing 4 cards and you have maybe a soul, nut, heart blocker that gives you the freedom to bet as if you could act like you have the nut flush because you know that people don't have the nut flush in their own hand.
Yeah.
So it's just another element to consider when you're playing kind of this higher level thinking poker, which is really good to think about. Let's see. My chat must be not updating because we just got a super chat and I'm just not seeing it.
So Donkey's looking to make another play again. So another play with no equity.
Hey, it seems to be working out so far. I like it.
But then he is so random. I don't see what his strategy is yet. I think his strategy is just to kind of be aggressive in position and go on a heater and start stacking everybody.
Yeah. So far, he's taking out some pretty huge pots. Shout out to JTN1968 for the $10 super chat. Ben Kirby, I like it. I guess I'm watching TCH Live 4 nights a week now. Dude, do it. It's a very valuable use of your time. Come on now. Thank you so much, JTN1968, for the $10 super chat. And if you want to shout out, if you want to send a message, feel free to smash that super chat button. It is greatly appreciated. It's definitely not expected, but it is definitely appreciated. Thank you so much for that. Las Colinas, Seattle, Washington, Richmond, Virginia. Pulling up the tournaments for. We've got a huge tournament coming up, a 500K guaranteed tournament. I'm just looking up the info.
So here's a little kind of thing you got to notice, that the standard raise people have been raising is 75. Then Donkey raised an additional $15. So let's say you're a player at the table, you got just make something you have to make a mental note, so that if you do see what a showdown hand is, you can kind of see. And this is where I figured Mason, this is Mason's strategy, is to squeeze somebody.
Yeah, I like it.
He finally came through,
and that's a powerful move. $1,900. I mean, it puts it puts people in a tough position because you lose the ability to play back.
Right.
And ace 3 off is probably going to take it down here against 10-7 and king queen off.
Yeah.
In the cutoff.
What? 10%.
Oh, Lawrence is in there. So Lawrence B, and he's only got 740 behind, which you don't.
That's the
fault
problem.
Him for that.
That's the problem, is that when you play with the hand like this kind of hand, you almost like marginally have to call because of the equity.
Yeah.
And you don't like, if he had, like, let's say 2,000, he wouldn't be throwing $800 on this kind of hand.
Right.
So people who buy short stack, they are protected by from not having to make tough decisions, but they end up having to throw away the hands on very marginal spots that they could probably, let's say if he had that deep stack, he could probably use that $1,000 to bluff on the river. Much have a higher percentage of winning.
Yeah, that makes sense. And you also lose the opportunity to maximize your value. I mean, there's trade-offs to both. So it looks like Lawrence B is just going to smash top 2 pair kings and queens. Milkman's gonna see the bad news.
We want that. That's what so that's what the table wants, because now Milkman's probably gonna reload for double. That his original strategy was, I'm gonna buy in small probably, and then if I don't double, I'm gonna double. So we want Milkman that, and plus we want also Lawrence, because if he loses, he's probably gonna reload for like maybe 1,500.
Yeah.
And it makes the problem in having a small stack with this kind of game is it handicaps a lot of the deep players, because they always have to be tough, put in tough spots, and it eliminates a lot of creativity in play.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
we have a few short stackers kind of like sitting there sniping.
Yeah. But, it's also a fair play. I mean,
it is.
The deep stacks get to benefit from having all the moves, and then the short stacks get to kind of counter that. It's kind of a chess game where you kind of have to choose the position you're going to put yourself in, and then try to maximize that position that you put yourself in.
And the more observant player will be able to take advantage of the short stack to put other players into tough spots.
Right. I like it. So real quick, coming up April 8th through 11th, TCH Worldwide is about to have a $500,000 guaranteed tournament, $800 buy-in with unlimited re-entries. It's going to be multi-day and a multi-club event. That means if you're in Austin, Houston, Rio Grande Valley, or in Dallas, there are multiple day ones, and we're going to play down to have a final day 2 at TCH Dallas. So I'm assuming live streaming the final table. This tournament is going to be bananas. It's 500K guaranteed, but the way we've been maximizing the guarantees for these tournaments, I think it's going to go well over $1 million, if not $1.5 million. So if you're a tournament player or want to take a big shot, $800 buy-in, unlimited re-entries, 500K guaranteed, April 8th through 11th. So whichever club you frequent, TCH, Dallas, Houston, Rio Grande Valley, or Austin, you can get your shot at that 500K guaranteed prize pool. So come through. It will be an insane, crazy fun time. Shout out to Jedi Master Ted, $4.20. I wonder why you donated $4.20. I'm taking that at face value and for no other interpretation. Shout out to Jedi Master Ted. Thanks so much for the $4.20 super chat. Much love. So, yeah, that tournament is going to be bananas. You ever play in tournaments? I'm
not a tournament player because it's a lot of, like it is. I hate studying math at this point.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of math-based because of stack-to-pot ratio. The smaller the stack is versus the pot, the SPR, the more math it is. And it becomes a very boring game where you're just sitting there and you sit there and grind for hours, and most of the time it's queens against ace kings.
Yeah. A lot of people probably feel the same about tournaments, but also, I mean, it is awesome to bank a huge score winning a tournament. I mean, I've never won a big tournament like that, but it draws a crowd, a massive crowd. These tournaments draw insane crowds, and I think everybody likes the prospect of turning $800 into probably six plus figures.
It'll be an interesting hand.
Yeah, aces against ace 3 suited, which is kind of a really good aces buster hand.
Taco's in a really good spot because he's on the button, which because Scott has the ace, he's not giving Taco enough credibility. So I think there's a good chance here that Scott could actually come back and 4-bet here. All right, so he's gonna see the flop.
Okay, so go ahead.
I think he's gonna play his ace blocker on certain flops.
Wow, whoever folded Jack 9 doesn't love that feeling. It's the correct fold, but you hate seeing it come 9-9 Jack.
Again, so it's a paired board. We said watch out for paired boards, right?
Yeah.
But Scott is the guy who will make plays. Taco does have a real hand, so if Scott's willing to make a play here, this would be interesting.
Oh, he's not even going to deal with it. he was begging to fold.
I think Taco bet a little too much. The pot was around a little bit over
900.
900.
Yeah, he bet 500.
I think because he wants on that kind of board, he wants to induce Scott. Scott is a player that has a tendency to make plays, so he wants to induce Scott. So betting 500 takes away moves from Scott, whereas you bet like let's just say 250 even, because it's such a lockdown board, and he has ace of diamonds, so Scott doesn't have enough flush draw, so there's not many hands that he has to worry about that will catch up to him.
Yeah.
And if he bets 500 and Scott calls, well,
what's he calling with?
Yeah. So his advantage of given position would make it look like he has maybe ace king and let Scott bluff him.
Yeah.
So 250 would induce more bluff than a 500.
I like that. Yeah, I think most people on the surface would want to protect their aces against a flop like that, but really when you start thinking about it, it's like you do want to keep in those hands that would fold to any reasonable bet.
Yeah, like you can because everybody's so good, you cannot pass up opportunities. And any opportunity for you to make a play or do some kind of play, you need to take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's awesome. So it looks like we're going heads up here. Taco versus Donkey. Queen Jack off versus 8-6 off in the cutoff. And Taco essentially flops the world here. Top pair and an open-ended straight draw. Donkey with 2 overs, but he's out of position. Taco's going to make a standard C-bet here. And I imagine Donkey's going to peel one here.
He might even check raise.
Backdoor clubs. That's 125, yeah.
I think if he's going to make a play, he should check raise there.
Why do you think that?
Because
and he banks a straight Taco.
Yeah.
But he also now Donkey turns a gutter ball as well with his 2 overs.
Because it would give him more information because on his if he hits his queen and jack, his one pair, it would give him more information whether Taco has 2 pair strong hand. So then or draw maybe like a pair plus draw. So
300 into 445. So Donkey's got to call 300 to win 1,045.
I think he's gonna call because he's drawn to that nut, and I think if the club comes, he might bluff it. No, don't. I think if he could because it stacks the deep that I think that
You're saying
Donkey,
if a club comes, that's a bluffable card for Donkey, along with his 2 overs and
it's 10.
Straight, yeah.
It's 10 because he's drawing the 10 to the nut, and the stacks were deep enough where because he's Donkey, right? He's gonna get paid off more often than not, so he should go for it.
I like that.
That is a opportunity because. But actually,
it is uncomfortable though. Yeah. I mean that board is so connected with a cutoff raising range that smashes a 5 whatever it is 5, 7, 8, 9 board.
There was one I didn't observe that. I didn't see that Donkey was out of position. It would have been a better play if he was in position. But out of position is it's a good fold. It's a better fold that way.
Yeah. And he didn't lose too much. I mean, he peeled one for 125 on the flop, but other than that, he got away for.
Yeah, it was. So Mason, how much he bought back in for 2,000? So he's sticking to the same strategy of he's gonna ship squeeze a group of guys.
I see. So Will's got a legitimate hand here. Isn't the small blind? 3 bets to 1,000 with pocket kings. But there's a bunch of hands that want to draw against him behind.
This is where Mason.
But it's 1,000.
Yeah.
Ace 3 of diamonds on the button is compelling for 750 more to win 5K. Will's got 5K behind. This, I think, is a 4-better fold situation. I think this is what the charts would say. And don't really fault Will for kind of, 4x it in the small blind. He's out of position. He wants to get value for his pocket kings and doesn't want hands specifically like that to come in for cheap.
Was that hand? I missed it? I think it was Mason raised, or I have to assume Mason raised. He probably couldn't live with that hand, and then Ryan raised.
Yeah, he opened the king 10 suited.
Yeah,
and then button called, and then small blind 3-bet.
Yeah, so that was he had to fold there. Will was not a squeeze bluff.
Right. We got 97 likes for this inaugural Dallas cash game stream. If you're in the chat and you're enjoying the stream, please DDT that like button. Choke slam that like button, however you need to do it. We really appreciate it. Tells the algorithm to serve us up to all the poker people in the world. Thanks for tuning in to this 510 uncapped, no limit hold'em game. We're playing poker. We're playing high level, mid stakes poker. I mean, it's high stakes to all of us normal people, but I guess technically it's mid stakes. 7-3 versus 7-6 versus ace jack off, and another 9-9 jack flop. So Lawrence gets all of it. And we'll probably put a bet out there, 200. Just took down the 50K guaranteed a couple weekends ago for over 35 grand. And then went on the next day to win a $3,000 guaranteed tournament here on somewhat of a tournament heater.
Tournament heaters tend to always come.
Because you have whole stretches of real dry, not cashing or anything, and then you bink one, and then it seems like, oh, I've got it all figured out.
Yeah.
I can do no wrong in tournaments.
Time to go pro.
Time to go pro, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the highs are real high, and then the lows can tend to bring you back down to earth real quick.
Yeah, I'm on a 14 tournament no cash streak.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's never a fun feeling.
No.
But it's that whole kind of gambler's dilemma. It's like this one could be the one.
Yeah.
I could turn this $600 into 35 grand, like Lawrence did. Somebody's got to do it. Shout out to William Lottie, sitting in a cash game right now. The ultimate poker consumers are the ones that are playing and consuming the stream at the same time. In Texas, no less. It's amazing that you can play poker all over Texas now and get all this free content from TCH Live.
The problem with these high stakes games is there's no limping, which is one of the more fun ways that it creates multi-way pots, because you have one limper, then you pot followed by another limper, and somebody raise. Well, everybody's gonna pot, always gonna call, and that's how the small and the lower stakes game go.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it fun. Whereas this kind of game, somebody raise and it's either one caller or a squeeze, a 3-bet, a heads up.
Yeah. Yeah, the 1-2 games you do get to see a lot more flops, because it's usually pretty passive to see a bunch of flops. And yeah, looking at the VPIP, YG has a 13% VPIP. I didn't see who the highest was, but I don't know if you can necessarily. I mean, having a low VPIP in this game feels like you could pick your spots really well. I mean, you don't really have to splash around, it seems like, to get your money in good and get a huge pot. So what type of VPIP do you generally try to stay in?
I have I'm varied, because so a lot of the pros call me tight. A lot of the bad players call me loose because if there's a lot of bad players at the table, I tend to limp. I tend to be more active. It depends on the blind. Whereas the pros, I tend to be less active because I know they're gonna squeeze and do all this stuff, but I'm not gonna be able to see flops. So of course I'm gonna have to tighten my range in certain spots. And of course, so when the pros there, they're like, he's played so tight. When they're gone, I loosen up, and they're not there. So
yeah, I like it.
I tend to play a more limping style. I love to limp. I enjoy limping because it you see flops, which allows people to make more mistakes.
Do you find that you lose the initiative though? I mean, because that's what I used to do in a lot of situations, but then found that turning up the aggression a little bit gives yourself at least one other opportunity to take the pot down. Like limping essentially feels like you're playing your cards more than playing aggression or playing poker.
It is if you randomly limping, but so you have to have a constructed strategy for everything. A pre-flop range, right? What is my limping range in certain spots against who? So let's say my limping range. My limping range, I tend to if I have very super marginal hands but there's a really bad player in the blind. Well, I have any 2 card plays because I have position on him, and if I limp, well, I'm going to see a flop against him, and who knows? He might hit bottom 2, and I might hit some kind of hand, and he just spews off.
Yeah.
But I have to give myself the opportunity by just limping, get in the pot, and then we go. Then once I limp, well, if somebody else raise, there tends to be action, so then I get to see the flop as well. It creates pot odds. So so before I limp, I have to have specific hands I'm going to limp in certain spots so that I'm not all over the board. Because if you want to get better at poker, you have to construct certain ranges, and then when you slowly expand and add a little bit to those ranges, and that's how you get better and know that how to improve versus today I'm going to 3-bet a lot and tomorrow I'm going to limp a lot. Well, you're all over the board. You're not going to get better because you get better in poker through repetition and iteration.
Yeah.
And you have to do the same thing over and over and over to create patterns and habits.
I like it. Yeah, that's compelling, and I think you have to construct a limping range correctly, because otherwise it's very easy to spew and get yourself in positions that where you're in marginal spots, having to basically call down with second best, which gets real expensive real quick. And
then you also you have to have really advanced hand reading skills because you pretty much don't know what anybody else has. So when I limp, because I use my bet sizing, that's the next stage. Well, if I limp, I see a pot, then I use my bet sizing to extract information. Because in limp pots, well, people have strong hands, they'll let you know right away because they want to build that pot up.
Yeah.
Well, I can let go easily. Whereas, well, they're passive. I think if it runs out certain ways, I could just take it away because most of the time I'm in position and it's against the bad player.
Yeah, I like it. Going back into the chat, Visionary Fitness, is the $500K guarantee going to be open to all players? I'm looking to travel from the Northeast. It will be open to all players. You do have to sign up for a daily or a monthly membership. But other than that, all you need is the buy-in and a good attitude, and you can participate in the $500K guarantee. It's going to be a massive tournament, and it's going to be worth the travel from the Northeast. So you can't go wrong by coming out here.
Here we go. Donkey's going to call. If it's the right flop, this could be a big hand.
Okay, so Taco's got pocket aces. So this is an opportunity to use the information where he had to show a couple bluffs earlier, and now he can hopefully get paid with a real, massive hand here. But Donkey also has kind of the aces buster type hand in the cutoff with a 15K stack. He's not going anywhere.
I hope he's not rebluffing. That would be a waste of his position.
Well, but it'd be good for the game. Look at that. Yeah, he's going for it. Like it.
Well, they're gambling all in. He's not raising folding. That was
of course. He's essentially putting them all in. It looks like there's about 5K out there.
Yeah. So this is where you gotta look at this is a massive mistake, right? You gave up your positional advantage post flop, and now you're against a strong range because Taco's good position. He's in the cutoff. So he 3-bet early. He had to 3-bet early position raiser. So for early position raiser and you 3-bet, and then this Donkey's kind of put himself in a tough spot.
For sure.
But he's probably going to hit it, and then we're going to have a good game.
So it looks like we've got an all-in, and Donkey's considering a $1,900 call in the cutoff. It seems like he's got enough invested that pretty much any 2 cards need to call here.
Yeah.
It's a massive pot, and maybe he's I don't know if they're going to run it twice or 3 times or whatever, but he could be considering that as well. It's like if he can get the guy to run it, if he can get Taco to run it twice, it could potentially maybe hurt a little less.
I think Taco is a one-timer.
Oh, is he every time?
Would be my.
Does it with aces.
Yeah, Taco likes to put pain on people, so he's not gonna let you get out with 2 boards.
I like it. Let's see. Somebody asked earlier, which days of the week will Dallas stream? As of now, it's going to be Tuesday nights, Wednesday nights, and Saturday nights from 6 p.m. to 10. Always subject to change, but that's the schedule as of now. So he's got a call. Okay, so it looks like he did call the 1,900 into 11K. So we got a massive pot here. And Taco definitely doesn't like seeing the 5-6 suited, I think. He would prefer to see Donkey have ace-king or queens or something. Donkey's got 25% equity here to crack these aces, so it doesn't feel great for $13,000 to see 6-5 suited here.
Ace of Heart helps a little bit.
Ace of Hearts does help a little bit, yeah, because that does take out a few of his outs. Thanks. We have over 600 people watching the stream currently. Let's keep it going. I mean, this is the biggest action you can find on YouTube right now. Thanks for tuning in to TCH Live Dallas 994. He's gonna need. Okay, well he turned. Okay, so they are running at multiple boards.
Okay.
So the first one's gonna go to Taco. He used a lot of his cards there to win the first one. So now deuce 4-6. He's got a straight draw. He's got a 2-pair draw. He's got a trips draw. And he survives. Taco survives both boards. Pocket aces over 5-6 suited. Donkey had a real shot there on that second board with a straight draw and a pair. But it's always nice for aces to hold up when you're looking at a drawing hand like that. $624 people watching TCH Live Dallas. Smash the like button if you haven't already. And I mean, look at this pot, $16,000. $16,000, running it twice, 6-5 suited versus aces. These guys are gambling, but they're also playing. And this is what you can expect. Yeah, pretty high level. Not the lower stakes aren't playing this high level by any means, but it's good action at any stake at any of the TCH locations.
Like everybody has leaks, but all these players actually have ability to think through hands.
Yeah, I mean, none of them, all of them are going to make you feel pain one way or the other. They're not. Nobody's going to let you off the hook and let you pull something without at least them fighting back. Yeah, Paul W., this is insane. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, all these purple chips, all these black plaques that are worth $1,000. There's a bunch of money on this table, and it's nice scooping those pots.
And it's good to have Donkey's action because he will make the game, and I think. If he had a consultant in the back, I think he could make the game good by starting to limp because that would mix up the game.
Yeah.
And then, because then you will have more people trying to attack his limp, and then which will have other people attacking those attackers. So that would mix up things more. And because I don't see anybody else on this lineup that would actually limp besides maybe Donkey.
Yeah.
And I look at all these guys' ranges, and none of them have any limping ranges.
This game is wild. Nick from Yuma, yeah. Good action. High level, I mean, I guess high level meaning we're playing pretty high stakes for 5-10, and also there are several players here that are making some pretty advanced moves. Like, sure, all the chat pros here. Like, sure, the 5-6 suited hand was pretty gambly, but also these guys are getting it in with a lot of different types of hands that are making a lot of different impressive moves. Yeah. Like pure bluffs, 3 barrels, like really making everybody think about their position, their hand strength, and whether or not people are bluffing. Look at that stack. That's a 10K stack right there, cash.
So
that's saucy.
Let's talk about high stakes and why people in general high stakes tend to be higher variance, right?
Yeah.
Because when you have two good players coming up battling, well, you want to beat a good player. The only way you tend to beat a good player is put them in tough spots and push your equity when you have when you're bluffing, you're semi-bluffing. You have to push it harder.
Yeah.
Which causes, of course, a lot of hero calls and a lot of marginal calls and a lot of marginal spots like that. 6-5. Right? You can't sit there and try to set mine all day and try to beat a good player and get paid. You almost have to put them in a tough spot like that. But unfortunately, he kind of misread the spot where I think if Taco was more like in the button, it would be a better, or cutoff would be a better play because his range is a little bit weaker.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it. We've got a 5-handed flop here, $1,000 pot. Stacks are huge now. Taco's in. Let's see. He folded his pocket fives. John Ryan considering a call with 1 over, backdoor club draw. Donkey's in there with a pair, backdoor wheel draw.
Backdoor high straight draw with a 6, so I think he's going to call.
And Kyle Z with top pair, pretty good kicker, who is leading the action, betting 250 in the cutoff. Turn another queen. I imagine that's going to kill all the action. Kyle Z is probably going to take this pot down. 3,600 behind. Now he's got to determine whether or not he checks to let people catch up, or continue to bet for value. And this is going to go fold, I think. You know, if the turn was a 4 or a 5 or a club, that could have continued the action, but this is going to shut everything down. Still a nice pot for queen 10 off. So the went to showdown percentage, the amount of times that each player makes it to showdown. Milkman leading with 42%.
That is kind of misleading because Milkman probably only went to play 2 hands and
went
to show.
Yeah, I guess it's the sample size thing.
Yeah.
It's not a large sample size, so the win to showdown percentage is a little skewed.
And knowing Milkman after this session, he's probably gonna reevaluate his strategy. He's not having. I don't think he's having fun right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know him. He's not having fun.
Going on to hand number 33. Will folding the jack 8 of diamonds. I think if it was shorter handed, he might consider that under the gun. But playing 10-handed, I mean, you're able to play a pretty tight hand selection strategy. Playing 5, 10, 20, 40. So imagine it's going to be a battle of the blinds and straddles. He's 6 off in the initial straddle for Milkman. He's going to stay around, I believe.
So that's going to put Milkman at only a little bit over 50 bigs. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, so he's going to have to push pretty early.
Yeah,
like he doesn't have room to make a ton of moves. John Ryan with King-Queen suited. I'm surprised that it goes check there. He must have been trying to keep him in. I feel like King-Queen suited probably was a raise there. But now we've got a pretty action flop. John Ryan flops the Broadway draw on Milkman. Top pair, middling kicker.
Probably going to call it to try to look weak.
Yeah, so he's kind of under-repping his hand, having an ace. So now John Ryan turns nut spade draw and a Broadway draw. Pretty good card for him to continue betting. Milkman goes, okay, so check. John Ryan. I kind of like this because if he hits spades, there's no chance that Milkman ever puts John Ryan on a spade draw. Okay, then I have no idea.
So they probably know each other. And
they must have gone check.
Yeah.
Kind of
so
playing nicer.
Let's think about it. If they weren't playing for real, right? If I was in John Ryan's spot, if Milkman checks here, he's given his stack size. He's not bluffing. He's checking, not giving up. So his bet is more has more bluff. So when he calls there, I think John Ryan, because he has a flush draw, and I guess unless he doesn't want to get Mason to jam on him, and like the pot's only 300, and he has to call off 1,800 to call for a flush draw with a gut shot, not worth it.
Yeah.
So he probably will check to at least hit the draw, and then Mason will probably pay off anyways.
Yeah.
Because it's short stack. So that would be the thought process, but he checked the river.
There must be some backstory or metagame going on there. Let's see. Daily tourneys at TCH Dallas look interesting. Never mind the 500K. Yeah, I mean, the daily tourneys are just as juicy. I played in a couple of them. They really good structures, really good turnouts. I mean, some of the daily tournaments, $130 turbo. Take 3 or 4 hours. In first place will take $2,500 or $3,000. Pretty nice return for a $130 buy-in. Who is the main commentator? Depending on who you ask, but my name's Ben Kirby. This is Tommy. What's your last name?
Ho.
Tommy Ho is guest commentating tonight for our inaugural cash game stream. He's the brains behind the operation. He actually knows how to play poker. I know how to run my mouth incessantly and follow the chips and cards that are happening on the screen. So 4-way action with some legitimate hands going to a flop, king, 10, ace. So this is pretty significant. Will flops a pair and a Broadway draw. YG has pocket jacks and a straight draw, and Scott has a flush draw. Donkey has napkins for now. YG is in there considering in the cutoff. I mean, this is a pretty saucy looking board. Pocket jacks don't exactly feel super strong. He wants to thin the field a little bit.
I think he has a bet. He's betting there because he doesn't want Scott to bet, and he has enough equity to call to go to the turn, but he doesn't have to want to call bet.
Right.
I think it was a blocker bet.
Yeah. Yeah, which if used correctly, blocker bets sometimes will make you roll your eyes like, come on, dude, you're blocker betting. Like, it's very obvious, but sometimes they're very effective in order to get what you want accomplished. So Scott's going to put the pressure on YG, and it's probably going to get this through. I mean, YG has third pair on ace, king, 10 facing a re-raise on the button. Granted, a lot of flush draws are doing this on the button, but also there's a lot of value hands that are doing this as well. But the pre-flop action, it just went limp, I think.
Let's see how the hand goes. I think YG is, well, obviously put him on a play. But I'll go to YG's hand in a little bit after this.
Okay. Mike Youngblood in the chat. What up, Mike? Just got home from broadcasting some ladies college volleyball, doing some real broadcasting. I learned from the best. Mike Youngblood. What's up, man? Shout out to you. You didn't know his last name. WTF. I just met Tommy. He just came in here guest commentating. This is his first day in the streets.
Yeah, it was.
We're getting to know each other.
It was a random thing. I was just playing, and I thought because I knew these players. I know a lot of these players, so it would have been fun for me to guest comment on these players versus a tournament where I have no clue what's going on.
Yeah. No, this has been fun, and it's been super helpful. If not just for my own game, I get to see 10 players worth of hold cards and get a 2-5 grinder's perspective on some of this higher stakes action. So it's helpful to me. Thanks to the 654 people that are streaming currently. This is crazy. Let's keep it going.
So let's go through John's maybe potential thought process. Well, we could eliminate aces, kings, and ace-king from YG's range. So his range here is only straight or bottom set here, or maybe a flush draw.
Yeah.
So those ranges really can't stand three streets of barrel on this, especially if YG has a straight, he'll probably make a play. So YG calls here.
He jams.
Well, blockers. He's playing the blockers.
He does. I told you. Yeah, he can't have a Broadway. Yeah, it's very unlikely he has Broadway.
YG's basically saying that John cannot have a straight here, and he has to overshove. His only play is to overshove. Otherwise, anything else would if he calls, he cannot shove the river because pot's too big. So he has just enough to shove, and the thing came up, blockers.
Yeah. Nice play. I mean, this is he picked the perfect spot for, maybe not the perfect spot, but he picked a pretty good spot here to jam it in right here because he pretty much knows where he's at. Yeah.
So if you go back to YG's hand, like earlier, he had pocket jacks, but he 3-betted.
Yeah.
Earned in an early middle position versus Scott. I think it was Scott, right? Donkey because Donkey has a 6-2 offsuit.
Okay.
So whereas here Will raised and he flatted in position. Mm-hmm. Whereas in general, this is a spot where YG would probably 3-bet squeeze with this kind of hand because maybe my GTO's not good enough, or I assume because of 2K stack or something that he is a good 3-bet and then get it in on the certain flops. But the fact that he called, you have to kind of make him into note and see what his approach is, why he called versus 3-betting.
Yeah, and this is tough for Scott. He's considering a call here, and oftentimes if he's calling here, he could easily be dominated with a worse flush draw. So, but he's in here gambling, and he's live. He's got about 20% equity, and we're playing a $7,000 pot with a Broadway draw and a flush draw, but YG doesn't realize how good of shape he's in.
Except, YG's probably like.
He doesn't like seeing him call.
No, YG's like, oh.
I wonder if they're going to run it multiple times. So river 8, pure for YG. Yeah, looks like they're going to run it at least twice. And the river is a 6. And so YG is going to scoop a $7,300 pot with third pair pocket jacks, and he played it just about perfectly. He got max value. He knew the spot that he was in, and he pressed where he needed to press, and he got a kind of an overcall from a flush draw and got paid. This dude has turned essentially $1,100 into $7,400 in about an hour.
That's a funny hand because it's one of those bluffing with the best hand.
Yeah, and it's a really good feeling to turn cards over and see that you were bluffing with the best hand.
But in Scott's spot, like for YG, where they play tight. When a player that plays a more tighter range, like we have to go. If you want to beat them, you have to get the spot like that. You have to push those spots. That's why high stakes has a high variance like that, because they're both pushing their spots. They're both pushing edges like that. They're not waiting for the nuts and pushing.
Yeah. Yeah, this is fun to watch, and I think everyone in the chat realizes that this is a very fun game to watch. Like from you, Jacks are a monster compared to the crap you play, Matty. That's funny. Rounders quotes. JT in 1968. This game is even more bananas than the Monday night game. Hey, we're not here to compete with Austin. We're here to elevate the brand of TCH. We're here to elevate all the rooms at once. I mean, any growth for TCH in one area is good for the game elsewhere. For those just tuning in, there are about 700 of you, and we're playing 5-10 uncapped. We're splashing around. We're playing deep stack poker, and we've got a few short stacks making some short stack moves, and we've got at least a 4, if not 5-person hand with a lot of really interesting hands.
Because of the limp. Remember we said that if Donkey started limping, he must have a consultant out there. We said if Donkey started limping, the game would start opening up.
Yeah.
And because he limped, now look, people started to play.
Yeah,
and this is where you have just one limper, it changes the dynamics of the game a lot.
Yeah, because people are having to adjust to that, and they're trying to think of why. Okay, it looks like it's thinned out. Will 3-bet with 3-4 suited, which is a nice play there. 450 could get it through. Taco 7-3 suited on the button. He's got position. He's got to call $350 more.
And all these players are tilting because they're like, oh, we want to see a flop here.
Yeah. So, Will, nice play there. $785, 3-betting with 3-4 suited. There's that high-level poker for you guys. Dude talking. Elevate. We're elevating the brand. I worked at a Polo Factory outlet one summer years and years ago, and that's what the manager would always tell us. Got to elevate the brand. And that's what we're doing. Poker growth in Texas is good for everybody.
Games have been good.
Yeah, they have been good, and they continue to get better. Chat pro voice, derp commentators. Dude, I love the chat pros. The chat pros are what keeps us coming back, makes things interesting. I only listen to fake streams. This is what, yeah, this is the realest stream in the game. Looking back at the chat, very active. It seems like almost all 675 of y'all are in the chat currently.
So this is Braxton's first hand in a while, and he opens to all. So it's going to be an interesting spot.
Open at 10-9 under the gun. Hijack, ace-queen. Pretty standard 3-bet to 175. Jared Farber, not sure when Star Choctaw will ever return other than WSOPC. How good the cash game attorneys are at TCH Dallas. I mean, yeah, we're giving them a run for their money. I mean, why ever go north when you could stay here and get even better action? David Paul getting free education. From the chat pros or for the commentators? Chat pros, I would take it with a grain of salt.
We got a big hand here. So because of Braxton raised under the gun early and hasn't played a lot of hands, he has to represent strength. That's why I think he had to 4-bet that hand.
Yeah, that's nice.
If he calls that, then he would give way. He would get outplayed too easily.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate it comes this flop because it kills. Well, he's got spades. I take that back.
He's trying to represent ace king.
Yeah.
So I think he's gonna probably bet like a small 315, 275.
Yeah. 350. Pretty
yeah.
Close.
And so he's representing ace king. And
Scott's forced to just call, I think.
Yeah, so Scott's going to win this hand because he's not folding in unless Braxton hits the spade.
Jedi Master Ted, is this live? We're on a 15-minute delay, so it's about as live as it can be.
So I think Braxton's going to rep ace king still, and Scott's going to call.
Yeah, he's gonna have to make like a pot size or 1.5 size bet in order to even make this.
He's probably smaller because.
Oh, in order to make it, if he's really trying to rep ace king,
he value.
would.
So he's
yeah,
probably
so like
maybe
600.
Maybe 900, 950 because that would be standard. Because anything smaller would allow a call, and anything big, I guess. Like when you have ace king here, let's say you have ace king. What are you? Well,
okay, giving up.
Yeah.
Getting a check here.
Yeah, I think he put. Scott will call with an ace no matter what.
Nice hand, $1,500 to Scott.
But he saved himself some money by not betting the river.
Yeah, that's probably wise. I mean, it takes a lot of courage to bet into a board that looks like that.
Yeah, and there's certain players you would bet into. Let's see here on this table here.
I mean, if you're paying attention to the VPIP, even just like a general VPIP percentage, you understand that maybe YG is playing a tighter strategy currently. You may make that 4-bet and then barrel,
right,
and maybe get him to lay it down. But Scott, has shown himself to be splashing around and is not able to be pushed off very easily.
And I think that's also why he checked his flush draw versus betting, because he knows that Scott's the type of player that will peel lighter, and then he doesn't want to inflate a pot. Versus, let's say, a player like YG, where YG would probably float one time with a pocket pair and then fold. So I think he would have more fold equity versus YG than Scott.
Yeah, I like that. Roger, if this is what Hold'em is like in Dallas, is the PLO just mandatory 9-way all-ins every hand? Dude, I will say, having played the Congress and the PLO a little bit, the dealers definitely earn their money dealing those games because it is 3- and 4-way all-ins with 17 side pots. It gets pretty insane. And you'll get to see some of that tomorrow night, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. We're playing 125 PLO. Same place, same time. Pocket Kings, okay, pretty uneventful. Pocket Kings on the button.
Except Milkman is starting to tilt. You could kind of sense already. So he's gonna get active pretty soon.
Yeah, it's always frustrating when you're playing a game that you can see all the money going back and forth, and it's like, dude, if I could just have even a good spot. Like I don't even need a good hand. I just need a good position where it's like raise, call, and I can 4-bet with or I can 3-bet with a suited connector. And when you don't even see those, it can get pretty frustrating. It's like, dude, I have all the tools, but I've got 6 deuce with a raise, 3-bet, and a 4-bet ahead of me every hand.
10-5 suited. He's like trying to push it.
Yeah, yeah. Oh man, but this is fun though. 10-handed, 5-10, uncapped. Blacks are 1,000, purples are 500, blacks are 100, greens 25, and reds are 5. Most hands are playing at least 5, 10, 20, and I think that's what we're playing this hand. So limp in the cutoff, king 5 suited, John Ryan. Braxton raises in the small blind with ace 6 off, and John Ryan's going to come along for not too much more money with king 5 suited in the cutoff in position.
So I think that's the first button limp ever on this hand.
I think so too, yeah.
Game. So
Braxton flops good, raising from the small blind, going to continue probably 100% of his range against one player.
Go paired board.
Yep. John Ryan's got some backdoor equity. Turns a card that probably feels like a good bluff card for him, but Braxton just turned 3 pair aces and sixes.
I think Braxton should check here because surprise.
So he's not messing around. He's trying to get value. And John Ryan's going to raise. See, like I said, like this feels like a good bluff card because if he's good on the flop, the ace really crushes a lot of hands that are leading, continuing on the flop. But he's not going anywhere, obviously. I'm surprised he didn't 3-bet, actually. So now do you check here in hopes to keep one more bluff in?
I mean, there's no reason to 3-bet. Like, John Ryan is pretty much repping a 3. He's not repping a big ace because he would raise pre-flop. So he's repping a 3.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So there's no reason to raise. Now he's just trying to, I think John Ryan could go for a 5K bet on the river here. But now but Braxton took away that play already.
And Braxton only has 905 behind, so John Ryan has 0 fold equity. And so he's probably just going to pause and contemplate life for a second and then fold.
So then you got to think, what is Braxton thinking here? Like, what's the purpose of you betting here? You put him on, are you going for value or you're not bluffing, so you're going for value, but what hand are you extracting value from?
Yeah, and it makes sense. Like, any big ace is going to raise the button there, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And so it really only – what's he going to do? He's calling with king high. He doesn't believe him.
Shows what I know.
I know nothing.
Yeah.
Braxton is going to take down a 40 – he just got maximum value, ace-6 off in the small blind, $4,700 pot. Woo! We're playing poker, boys and girls. Wow, nice hand. And he got an additional $1,000 on there by not going by it with a check call strategy, but by going bet.
Yeah, well, he got value.
Yeah, he did get value. Wow.
You got value, extracted value.
That's right. Gary C. TCH is greater than live at the bike and JJ's chin dimple. TCH is better than live at the bike. 1,000%. We are the pinnacle of mid-stakes live stream poker content. Tadpole, wow, wrong read. Yeah, I mean, maybe he's got a metagame with who's that? Braxton in the small blind. Maybe Braxton has bet him light before, and he doesn't want to get bluffed by him. I mean, there's could be a whole lot of metagame going on here that we don't know about.
Yeah, because I don't know Braxton. I don't know other player. So didn't say he was big Chad Z or something? That's him in Austin, or is that a different player?
I don't know.
Because I don't know. Those are the two players I actually don't recognize of the entire table.
Braxton and John Ryan.
John Ryan, I recognize him sometimes from WinStar, but I don't play enough with him to know his style. And then maybe they have some kind of metagame going. That has to be the only way because they played so unorthodox, both of them.
Yeah.
Like that river bet, just the only way he's betting there, that river, is because he wants to look like a bluff. Because he has a metagame with John Ryan where in those spots he looked like a bluff where he misses a draw and he leads out.
For sure.
But he's going for value. That's not a value bet.
Interesting. So now we're on to the next hand. Kyle Z 3-bet with pocket queens in the big blind, 525. Donkey's considering a $450 call after Will called in the cutoff with pocket sevens. All playing with pretty large effective stacks here now. Kyle Z hasn't been involved with too many hands. So we're going 3 ways to a flop.
I'd like to see a king high flop to see how Kyle would play this out of position against both these players.
Yeah, it'd be tough. 6-8-6.
Oh, there you go. We need
Donkey murders the flop with trips, and he's in the small blind, so that's kind of unfortunate.
400, 500. Yeah, he's probably so this is a standard bet, and then
Shane Sino, or Sinnott, sorry, I'm butchering your name. Howdy, just got in from 2-5 best bet session. Figured I'd check out some TCH. Appreciate you joining us, man. Best bet's a good time, but TCH Dallas is
I sure hope Donkey does not raise here.
Yeah, this would be a really good spot to smooth call. It always feels good to have. Well, he's out of position, so it's tough because you don't want to check the turn.
The problem is if he calls here, he's going to shut down Kyle. So the better player is if he min raises or raises small to look like he's trying to squeeze. That way it disguises his hand more. It gives him more playability. So I think actually better play would be to raise small. Yes, so he did it because if he calls, Kyle's going to shut down and Will's going to shut down. He's not going to make any money. But if he re-raises, now he could look like a bluff. He could look like a lot. And then put Kyle's in a tough spot and Will in a tough spot. So I think Kyle's going to, and because of his image, he's going to get paid off. So he might as well build a pot here. So that was great play by him so far.
1,300, so about $800 more, almost a min click.
Yeah, because he could also do this with like an ace-8. So Kyle have to put that in his range, and he has to because Kyle underbet that ace-8 could re-raise here.
And Kyle probably thinks
Kyle's going to call because his bet size made him call because there's so much.
You can't fold an overpair on 8-6-6, even if it's at least worth peeling one. And so now Will's in a tough spot where he's got all this action in front of him. He's got a middling hand, which you don't want to fold this just naturally, but
it should be an easy fold unless Will's looking for a play.
Right.
Like against you say a wide range in the button, you have no reads here, and you know he's behind Kyle because Kyle called.
Right.
So he doesn't beat Kyle.
So it's a pretty important turn. Jack of Spades turn.
That's a good card because it doesn't complete any draw.
Yeah. So Donkey is probably going to continue for value now. And it doesn't really turn Kyle Z off that much from continuing unless Donkey overprices this bet because, I mean, he could be doing this, like you said, with ace-8s, all the pocket 10s, the pocket 9s.
Yeah. And the thing is, because he has that 7, that actually is good in a way because those gut shot like 9-10, something, I guess if Kyle is calling that hand, give him a boat, which makes a big hand, so he could bet smaller. And if he didn't have that 7, he probably want to bet a little bit bigger.
So it looks like he bet 2,225 or something. He shoved. Shove call, he's going to see some bad news.
Yeah. And
yes, you got a 6, and he says yes, and he's like, dang it. Let's run it 14 times, please.
And Kyle has to make this play because of the player and because of his style of play.
Yeah.
Kyle is like when Kyle plays this top 3 bet in his top of his ranges, he can't fold these kind of hands.
Right.
And that's where, if you were playing exploitative, you would know that these players in these spots, you know how to exploit them if you find the correct spot.
Yeah.
Because you know they can't fold.
Right. This is unfortunate to feel like, pocket queens on an 8-6-6 jack board feel like it's ahead a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But, when you're splashing around like this, a lot of times they're going to show you that 6, and that hurts for 11 grand. There's a check mark. Then maybe the 2 queens are already folded. If that's the case, then that sucks. But
the theme comes up again. It's a paired board.
Yeah.
So paired board people like high stakes is gonna be splashing and a lot of action because there's just no like you cannot fold to aggression on paired board. Otherwise, you get exploited. Right. If I have aces here, queens, and every time there's a low, I 3-bet and there's a low paired board, and somebody reposts me and I fold, well.
Now they're going to definitely exploit that for you. Yeah.
They're going to do over and over and over, and they know because they know my range already.
Yeah. It's a really good point. So huge pot going over to Donkey. Looking at cumulative winnings, Taco is up about 10 grand. Donkey after that pot has got to be up more than 1,500 now. And we're on to the next hand. I mean, it looks like Kyle Z might be getting up for the night unless he's going to refresh the wallet situation.
I think Kyle's going to refresh. I don't see it. Like, Kyle plays very technical, so he doesn't get emotional.
Yeah, which is great.
Yeah. So it was just a cooler. He's just going to move on and reload and go again.
Yeah, so it looks like we're playing 5, 10, 20, 50 now. Heading into hand number 40. Taco looking down at a Jack 5 offsuit to start it off.
So this is where my play tends to differ from a lot of these high stakes pro or these pros like Will and Kyle, and that I don't 3-bet those kind of hands as much in
in the blinds.
Out of position against a player like Donkey because his range is wide, stacks are deep, and my range. I pretty much declared my range
by three betting in the small blind. Yeah,
and his range is wide, so his range contains everything. My range is narrow, and now I'm loaded pot out of position
with a capped range, and so he can essentially play perfect against you in a lot of ways.
And but these guys, they go, this is a system, this is math, this is balance. You do this with queens, ace, king, aces, all that, so that you stay balanced. And it's not incorrect or anything. It's just different style of play based on different preference.
Yeah.
And I enjoy flops, so that's and like that I would not lose everything.
Yeah, that's interesting. At least on the 1-2 streets, people are trying to. I mean, everybody's playing 150 big blinds or less deep to start out with, so people are generally just getting it all in on the flop there, even if they're over betting the pot because people are so scared of getting sucked out on. Yeah, I mean that's a huge pot, and it sucks. It sucks to lose against a suited connector like that, but also that's why you play the suited connectors to play to win big pots like that.
And that's why you play deep.
Yeah, and then it also can get real expensive real quick. It's so interesting to see.
It makes it the game tougher because if Donkey was short stack, then it wouldn't have been that interesting of a hand.
Yeah.
Because cow would just get it in there.
Yeah. So we've got a hand developing here. Ace king off in the small blind versus Taco with ace queen off under the gun +1, and Scott calling in between 6-4 suited. Braxton had 3-bet with Jack 10 off in the hijack. I would wonder if Taco can 4-bet here with all the dead money out there, and I don't think he's going to. So Lawrence is changing it up a little bit. Ace king off in the small blind. Granted, it's not super comfy to have ace king in the small blind, but with a $1,400 stack, you're probably trying to get it in there, I think. And he flops pure, so it would be great to be able to get all the money in here for Lawrence with 66% equity against 4 other players. And Braxton is going to check back, playing pretty straightforward against 4 other players. So Lawrence continues to improve. And Taco has an over and a straight draw. John Ryan's got just a pair of 8s, and Braxton's got a pair of 10s. We'll see if Lawrence can get paid here. But people see that Lawrence only has 1,000 behind, and so drawing against Lawrence,
I would not. Yeah, nobody's gonna pay him off.
Yeah, because you don't. Yeah, you don't stand to gain much by drawing against somebody that basically is all in on the river.
But I'm very shocked at Braxton's call.
Oh, he knew something we didn't know because he binks the river 10.
Well,
so now he's got to figure out how to get that extra $1,000 out of Lawrence, and he's probably going to get it.
He's going to get it because Lawrence is check calling. He's check calling to induce. Lawrence thinks he's check calling to induce a bluff from a missed heart.
Yeah, which is understandable.
And he's going to be upset to see he got rivered.
But it just sucks to be on the other side of that.
Yeah. But Braxton's call was a little bit optimistic because I think Lawrence 3-bet. And he's been playing tight there. He 3-bet. Then on a king board, if he was bluffing, he would probably bet to rep. But the fact that he checked there and then bet the turn, pretty much ace king.
Yeah.
Like he's checking so that somebody could maybe try to stab it, and he would pop, check raise, and get some more dead money in there.
Braxton raking in a pretty colorful pot there. Lawrence, a gentleman tipping the dealer. Looks like a pretty nice stack of 1s there. Yeah, a significant stack of 1s. Shout out to Lawrence for that nice tip. That's outstanding. Moving on to the next hand.
Is he not going down the street with those 1s?
Guess not. Guess not. Oh, we've got. Is that what is he? What's happening here? Milkman is he changing seats, or is he putting out a $400 straddle? Oh, I think they're doing a bomb pot, switching dealers.
Yeah.
Nice. Switching up a little PLO bomb pot potentially. A $500 or $400 PLO bomb pot.
Well, we know Milkman's all in.
He's essentially indicating this is about to go all the way in.
So this would be interesting if they hit the flop because there's gonna be side pots.
Yeah.
It's gonna set.
It's gonna make the dealer work for it. Is that J in the box?
Mm-hmm. And bomb pots, they tend to move stacks.
Yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, ranges are uncapped, especially with PLO. I mean, it's essentially a slot machine.
Yeah.
It's a super fun slot machine that one person usually walks away having a significant bump to their stack. I mean, this is a huge bomb pot, $400 a pop. You know, at the 1-2 level, they do $5, a $5 bomb pot. So we've got a lot of empanada talk in the chat. Things have taken a turn, making me hungry. 742 people tuned into the stream as of now. Make sure you hit that like button. Tell YouTube that this is the poker content to watch. Thanks for spending your dinner time and your after dinner time with us. My name's Ben. I'm here with Tommy. We're at TCH Dallas playing 5-10. No limit, uncapped. You can buy in for the farm. You can buy in for the Range Rover, whatever you want. And we're now playing $400. Maybe this isn't a bomb pot. Maybe they're doing, what's it called, where you essentially flip over one card each time and try to beat each other. Whatever the name of that game.
Mexican sweat.
Yeah, sweat.
Yeah, it looked like it, huh?
Taco with like an actual PLO hand here. Ace, king, 8, one suit.
It's not as interesting as bomb pots, though.
Yeah, because there's essentially no betting action. It's basically a gamble. Jack, 9. Somebody for sure banked a jack.
So much going on that you can't tell what's going on.
Yeah.
There's no excitement to root. Who do we root for here?
A king here. 3 hands are still unscanned. So 9. It looks like Donkey rivered 9's full of 3s.
It's anticlimactic.
So he went perfect on the turn in the river. Unless somebody's got a jack. Don't see any. The milkman is going to. That's interesting. I'm not sure what happened with his stack there since there wasn't any betting. Did he splash the pot in advance, or was that just his
I don't know.
bomb pot? Dude, money is flying way too fast for us to even keep up here. Horse race. That's what it's called.
Horse race.
So Donkey is going to win a $4,000 pot. When you're hot, you're hot. 9's full of 3s. He's got 22,000. Unless Taco can. He's just lamenting his real PLO hand getting cracked, which generally happens in PLO. You ever play PLO?
I started to because.
Oh wait, maybe I'm misreading this. That was not Donkey. Maybe whoever is in the 1 seat has YG. What did he have? Oh, he's got no. The cards must be misread because it's saying Donkey won the pot.
My
But
eyes are getting twisted looking at this board.
yeah. Must have had some kind of full house situation.
I started playing PLO because it's more math based again because it's a lot about equity.
Yeah.
So
you got to withstand a lot of swings in PLO.
And there were a lot of nuances that I didn't pick up. Like I couldn't. I think I was overfolding and I couldn't find good bluffing spots. But
yeah.
I started talking hand history with a few players, and I'm starting to connect all the dots now. But it's not as fun to me as Hold'em because it's more like everybody's walking around with an axe chopping each other, and who gets the head chop off. Whereas Hold'em is more like fencing. You know, you got to dance and you got to
a little more of a chess situation. That's true. PLO is just you got to jam it in there in a lot of ways and hope for the best and have the pockets deep enough to withstand. You know, the variance is insane because you're going against 4 other people that all have combo draws.
Yeah, it's all equity, and you're never far ahead or far behind. Whereas at Hold'em, you could be crushing somebody. They had no chance.
Yeah.
So Hold'em, you're getting in an 80-20 often here and there, but PLO, you're never getting an 80-20.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, like pretty much any 4 cards are never that much of a dog in PLO preflop, while in Hold'em you can be crushing people preflop. Yeah, Jesse, sweats are way more fun than bomb pots in person, but bomb pots are more fun on stream. Yeah, I'd probably agree with that because it's intense to see people flipping card over card, and everybody gets a chance to see it, realize all their equity to the river.
Yeah, and you everybody's waiting for the river for somebody to get like stacked.
Yeah.
Like that bad river's coming. It comes a lot. And the reason I'm not a fan of bomb pots because I've gotten so many times where you flop like nut straight on one board and you flop like a 10 high flush on the other, and you got to get your money in.
Yep.
And your straight get paired board, and then your flush is out-kicked.
Because everyone's in there with hands that they wouldn't usually be playing.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so Scott's going to flop top pair and a straight draw on the big blind. Taco's going to quickly check back with an open ender, and Braxton 2 overs, backdoor clubs. So Scott is going to continue to have the lead here, and he's going to put out a little feeler situation, hundo into 345. Third pot bet, kind of a delayed C bet. I'm not sure what the pre-flop action was. Taco's going to make an easy call with an open ender. Looks like the drinks might be coming out a little bit. Looks like they're sipping on a little something in the plastic cups. I'm not sure what they're having. And another 8. So Scott is going to continue to be good with 8s and 5s with a 6. Not great enough to bet for value, from his perspective, I guess. I kind of want to bet here since you didn't hear from anybody on the turn.
I think both those hands, if I was in Taco's spot or Braxton's spot, I would probably like a re-raise better, because Taco, even if that 8, his 9 come out, could actually give him top pair, and he wants to protect himself against Braxton, who might, like I said, re-raise to squeeze. And Braxton, who has 2 overs, well, if he's going to call to try to hit his overs, well, might try to squeeze some extra fold equity by squeezing Scott, because Scott has to worry about Taco, and at the same time, Taco is weak. So it would have been a better play for both of them to raise. Yeah.
It's interesting, though. There's certain times in the game where it's like there's a game flow where it feels like, all right, this hand almost isn't worth putting in the effort to get all tricky. Like sometimes, all right, if you're going to bet $100, I've got an open ender, I'm going to call 1. And if I miss, I'm okay to fold. But that's also...
But you can't pass all those spots here.
Right, exactly. Like the money is made is squeezing spots like that. Yep, exactly. And, not everyone is prepared to make those plays. A lot of people want to come play poker, which is fine. Come play poker, play your cards, hit your draws every once in a while, and play kind of ABC poker. But this game is not ABC poker by any stretch of the term. And it's fun to watch. There's consistently over 700 people streaming on a Tuesday night, all hoping and wishing to play in a game of this size one day. I just can't imagine. I mean, I'm like, real talk, I'm not rolled for a game like this ever. To be playing for 20 grand would be super sick. I'm just going to be honest.
Yeah, this kind of game, you probably need 100 buy-ins. And like standard buy-ins, probably 5,000.
Yeah, so $500,000.
Yeah, just to be comfortable, where you could get in with 6-5.
It really splash around and not be scared, quote unquote,
where,
of the moves.
Like in Kyle's position, you gotta be able to call off with overpair, because you cannot leave yourself to be exploited.
So we've got a new player in seat 10.
I play with him a lot too.
I've played with him as well. I can't remember his name. Dan. And I think he likes to buy in pretty deep too, just from and it looks like we have another player in seat 1 as well. Not sure who that is. Queen 10 versus King Jack here for $1,100. Donkey with King Jack. I mean, Donkey has been picking up some hands, both pre-flop and hitting a few hands on the river.
On a heater.
Yeah, heater. I mean, he's got 25 grand behind. I'm not sure what he started with, but that's pretty significant for a 5-10 game.
Oh. You don't bluff a person on a heater.
yeah, that's, you can't.
Like they're playing, when you're running good, you play good.
Right.
And so you don't want to bluff
and that's the best when you're in that zone, that's that very short-lived zone where everything is working out in your favor and you can't make a mistake. That's the best.
Like that last hand was a better bluffing spot where he could use his image and squeeze them. Here you're out of position. You're trying to bluff a guy that's running good.
Yeah. Yeah, I've learned that mistake, or I've learned that lesson several times, and I learned from my mistakes. It's like, sure, they can't have it every single time. On certain sessions, they can have it every single time, it seems like.
And we play enough poker to know that things comes in waves.
Yeah. But when you're in the downside of one of those waves, it can get pretty frustrating.
Yeah,
It's
but
like, when am I ever going to come out of this?
And if your seat you move to is a losing seat.
Yeah, yeah. And then somebody sits down in your old seat and picks up 3 hands in a row. So we got a full table once again. Donkey with $27,000 now. All the chips in the world. 8-7 off. Open it up to, looks like 90. How late does the live stream go for? We're going till 10 p.m. Central Time. Jason, thanks for the question, and thanks for tuning in, man. This game is the LSD of poker games. Yeah, I've never taken LSD, but people say it's fun, and so if that's what you're saying, then I agree with you. Milkman gonna open fold the queen, jack. Okay, because it goes bet 3-bet.
Yeah.
Danny with ace queen. Donkey's probably gonna continue with 8-7.
Loading the clip here.
Yeah, 2 overs, backdoor clubs.
Well, he bet small, so this is just standard 3-bet plays all the time. Flop bet a quarter percentage, and then the guy called.
Bet pot on the turn. And he banks the 7 on the turn.
That's a good. Dan thinks that's a good card for him, so I think he's gonna unload the clip here.
Because no draws get there.
Yeah, like that. Like, but Dan could think he could get a 9 so he's playing on the conservative side.
Check. And now he's got 2 pair with an ace. You'd probably call a reasonable bet here. And if Donkey, being results oriented, if he knew the situation, he would overbet. I think.
Well, the problem is he knows that if he overbet, Dan's not the type of player who will call. So this is actually the perfect bet size with Dan. We'll look him up. Any bigger, when Dan will probably fold.
He's going to see the bad news.
Yep.
I got a 7. And Danny's going to take it in stride.
Heater alert.
Heater alert. I think most people are calling there with ace queen, given the action, especially when it goes check on the turn.
Yeah. And because, Donkey's range is so wide that there's so many draws there on that.
Yeah, and all the overcards that get there that continue to the river have to bet there when they're out of position. All the king queens, all the king jacks. If you want to win, you're going to have to bet there.
Paired board.
Yeah, paired board. You got to take the initiative. It just sucks when you run into trips every single time.
Yeah. There's going to be a theme coming up overall. All night is a paired board. You're just going to see more marginal play because of that. And if I was to play high stakes, I would probably dissect deep into the paired board to find some way to exploit some of these players, because they're not there. I think they're overplaying those paired board spots too often. Yeah. Now they're unbalanced.
Yeah, I mean it's helpful for us because we can see all the hands, so a lot of these aren't going to showdown. But yeah, I agree. So we're playing 5-10-20. Takes and keeps the lead. Scott is going to decide to do that. Danny, not wanting to get too splashy, he's just going to go fold. So again, if you didn't hear earlier, TCH from April 8th to 11th is having an $800 buy-in, unlimited re-entry, multi-day, multi-location tournament, where all the day ones are going to be played at the respective TCH locations at Houston, Austin, Rio Grande Valley, and Dallas, with the final day 2 playing at TCH Dallas. $500,000 guarantee. Probably going to go over that guarantee. April 8th through 11th. So whichever TCH location is closest for you, you can play in that day 1, bring several bullets, buy in $800, and potentially turn that into a massive score. So check it out. Go to, let me see where the best place for the information is. TexasCardHouse.com/500K-GTD for all the info, or you can just go to TexasCardHouse.com and click on the banner there to get all the info for the $500,000 guaranteed $800 buy-in multi-day, multi-club tournament. So now Scott has the pocket sixes in the hijack, making a standard raise, $75.
Actually, it was Donkey who blind raised.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he just came in and blind raised. So I think, of course, we're gonna get a lot of loose calls.
Yeah. King Jack suited, Queen 10 off. So Braxton 3 bets. Okay, so Donkey, it was a blind raise. It wasn't a straddle.
It was a blind raise. I have the feeling Donkey's going to put a hurt on Braxton here.
Scott flatted, Braxton 3 betted, and Donkey is in there with Queen 10 off. 3-handed going to a flop, 1100 in the pot.
2 pair in a straight. There's a potential right there.
Ace, Ace 7, so just about the worst flop for everybody's hand. All the Broadway cards miss and have an overcard out there. Scott has all overs to his pair. Donkey's going to flex a little bit, betting 500. And this is probably going to get through unless Scott wants to look him up one time with pocket sixes, floating in position, considering making a play. I mean, that's a huge, Donkey's got 27K behind. Scott has 14K. He's got a lot of chips to be able to put some moves on a Donkey, but he thinks better of it.
My guess is Scott can't call because of that. Even that 7 could beat him.
Yeah, and he's got Braxton behind. You're just not sure what Braxton's going to do, especially since he 3-bet in, under the gun, +1. He was in the straddle, yeah.
So Braxton's checking that. He's either checking to check raise to rep it bigger, or he's check folding because if he's bluffing, his standard bluff is to c-bet, like quarter the pot there and then get some information and go. When he's checking there, he's probably checking to give up.
Yeah. So looking at the VPIP percentages, Donkey has a 53% VPIP. Leland just sat down. I think that's seat 1. He's got a 0% VPIP because he hasn't played anything because he's only been playing for 2 hands. But expect that to go up. On to the next hand. We're playing 5-10-75 under the gun straddle.
So I was a consultant for Donkey out there. I would probably tell him, hey, you need to just, now that you're running hot and you got the stack, you just limp 100% of your hand and play that way. Make it mix it up and then
make everybody question where you're at. Yeah.
Mix it up that way. So hopefully he does have a consultant and they'll tell him to start limping 100% of his range.
That's a good idea.
For a little bit, just to mix it up because that would throw people off and make the game different.
Yeah. I like that. Checking back in on the chat and all the chat pros with their exquisite poker analysis. Like for me, I find pastrami to be the most sensual of all salted cured meats. This is very applicable to the topic at hand. Cindy's Deli. Cindy's Deli is delicioso. Pasta sugar. Mike, thanks for sticking with us, man. Glad we haven't completely turned you off since you're a real broadcaster and we're a bunch of noobs. And for those that don't know, you can catch Mike Youngblood Sunday nights, Monday nights, and Thursday nights on TCH Austin. That's a really good stream. Joined by Aaron McAvoy, AA Ron. Pocket deuces against pocket kings.
3-bet pot.
Let's see. Taco 3-bet was so he's had a lot of big hands now that he's shown a few bluffs. So he's got pocket kings and the hijack 3-bets to 700. Scott calls with pocket deuces. Flops bottom set. This is like the ideal situation for pocket deuces. Both of these guys have pretty similar stacks. This could be almost a $30,000 pot if everything plays out. So Scott's not waiting around any longer. There's hearts on there. There's straight type cards out there, so he wants to charge any of those draws, wants to protect his bottom set. Taco could easily assume that Scott's making a play here because that board doesn't really connect well with a 3-bet range. But he knows that he's got a pretty big hand in the hole, so he's just going to call here.
He doesn't have any hearts, so this is the where we talk about unblocking. So that means that there's potential for a flush draw out there now.
And then, and so all the Scott could easily, not easily, but could be check raising with his flush draws, pairs and a flush draw, ace-8 of hearts type hands. And so Taco wants to keep him in there for that.
Depending on how much Scott bet, he might be able to get Taco in the river. If he bets too small, then Taco's gonna be able to fold the river. So he has to be able to size it to the point where he gets Taco to commit. If a heart doesn't come, and Taco put him on a missed flush draw.
Interesting, yeah. So he looks like he's gonna bet 2,800. And
which would
Taco's not folding for 2,800 into 5K.
No, and then I think Scott. So the flush don't come, that will give him Scott about a pot size shove here, and it's gonna it's a 50-50 chance because of the missed flush draw and the Taco unblocking that Taco might have to call.
Yeah, so you're saying if a heart comes, it could potentially allow Taco to get away.
Yeah.
Or especially if it's like a 9 of hearts where straights and flushes get there, could potentially get away from it. Or, I mean, he could bank a king on the river. We've seen crazier things happen. Yeah. Juan Hernandez, spoiler alert, K on the river.
An 8 would probably kill the action as well because the 8 could be a flush and a pair. So you don't want an 8 out there as well.
Yeah, and you also don't want to get in the habit of folding pocket kings on a board like this to a guy that just check raises you and then leads on the turn. Like, got it, you maybe beat some of the time, but also you don't want to be – he's going to shove. It looks like he's about to shove.
A lot of these spots, I think these guys in general probably fold, but because they're on camera, they
it's a little higher stakes. Your reputation's on the line a little bit.
Yeah, you can't be exploited. So you rather pay for marketing.
Right. He's considering shoving or folding. I mean, if he calls here, he's essentially
he can't call because there's no card that he wants to see.
If he calls 3K, it makes it almost $11,000 pot. Scott's got essentially a pot size bet. Yeah.
And if
he
Scott's
calls,
on
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if Scott's on a draw, then this is time to push it anyways. So there's no, I guess, no real, the optimal play would be to shove if he puts him on a draw.
And Scott's also not chilling by any means. Like, he's got bottom set here, and I'm sure he's not totally chill with his position. Like, it feels good to have a set, and knowing that that Taco 3-bet pre-flop, you can probably put him on a reasonable range of hands. But still, this is a lot of money at stake.
Tough spot.
Yeah.
I think Taco's thinking if he had a heart, it'd be easier. Just one heart. Just give him one heart so that he could at least unblock some kind of flush draw.
Yeah.
I mean, block a flush draw.
Mitch, height, hecht, easy fold. I don't know if it's an easy fold.
Not easy fold because of the high level, because there's so many draws out there. You have 8-7 of hearts, 8-9, Ace-8. Like, it's you can say marginal. No matter what, this is why these are tough decisions, because no matter what, it's a marginal decision.
Oh, it looks like he's gonna fold.
He's folding.
This is a huge fold then, but it's an exploitative fold. And he said Scott's gonna be a gentleman and show him like, hey, you made a really good fold there.
Yeah, you can see on TV anyway.
Yeah, but also, but it's easy for us to comment on this. Like, there's a ton of money at stake there for real. But also, because he unblocked hearts, there is a big chance that he's got like a combo draw or a really high flush draw that folding is incorrect.
Yeah, I don't think that hand really gives away any leaks because it's marginal and you just have to go with your read and they.
Yeah.
And
I mean, honestly, he saved $12,000 by making that fold.
Yeah, because he's either racing or crushed.
Right.
He's not racing or crushing, and in poker you don't want to get in a spot, especially getting how many blinds deep, in a spot where you're either racing or you're crushed.
Yeah, everyone is saying nice laydown, nice fold, great fold. I mean, that fold is insane, like insane good.
It is because of the how many draws are out there that you're gonna fold in that spot all the time. Then you're gonna get exploited because anybody with a draw that knows you do this would just go start pounding those draws.
Yeah, it took balls to fold. But honey, I had kings. That's Steve Hammond. Taco crushing. Yeah, I mean he made some big kind of aggressive plays at the beginning, and I think he just showed that he's playing a pretty good game, making a fold like that because he had a lot of reasons to stay around, but he was able to deduce that Scott wasn't messing around that time, and he essentially saved himself $12,000. And now he's got aces. He got rewarded by having aces, and he flops top set against Milkman, who's just going to have to fold. So he's got backdoor spades. Maybe he peels one off for 125 here.
Yeah. So Milkman did what we kind of expected, bought too short, lost it, and now he's going deep.
Oh, is he? And now he banks a king. Not banks, but he hits a king here to potentially keep him I'm screwing up my words. Potentially keep him around for one more street. Taco's got to figure out how to extract value when he knows that he's got all of the board. just hoping and praying that somehow Milkman this time has pocket sixes or something. Feels good to see him reaching for chips to continue. So this is kind of what separates the amateurs from the pros, the ability to make a big fold like that and continue playing your A game. I got it. It helps to have pocket aces in middle position and flop top set for sure. But
in a funny way, it's kind of a cooler because had Milkman been short, he would have shoved that $2,000 in pre-flop already.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like any other buy-in, he would have just shoved the king jack suited.
So Taco would make more money. You could say bad beat.
Yeah. Remember one thing, words are hards. Yes, you're right. Words are hards. I learned that from Aaron McAvoy. The king, words are hards. All right. Taco, he'll probably show it here. See, look. I wonder if he sees that as misfortune or a reward for making that big fold. He's had aces twice. He might have had pocket kings twice already too. So on to the next hand. It's Taco Tuesday. I'm surprised it's the first time that's come up, Ryan Mann. It is Taco Tuesday. Although it also might be Donkey Tuesday. He's got 30K behind. Tadpole, nice show. For sure. So are we playing? Okay, so we must be doing a Mando straddle here. 5, 10, 20. For those just tuning in, we're playing 5, 10, no limit. 2-card, pot limit Omaha, uncapped. We've had heavy action over the past 2.5 hours, and it's only going to continue for the next hour and a half. Taco slowing down, folding the ace-7 off for good measure. John Ryan with queen jack off and the hijack. Probably going to be an easy open here. Looks like 85. Braxton in the small blind. Nope, Braxton on the button. 3 bets to 250. There's not a lot of hands pre-flop that are going just raise call. There's a lot of hands that are going raise 3-bet, which is kind of shows the difference in this level of game versus like a 1-2, 1-3, or 2-5 even. So heads up, queen jack versus 5 deuce off, hijack versus cutoff. John Ryan's going to flop 2 overs and will. No, this isn't correct. Braxton is in there. Maybe Braxton has 5 deuce. That's 500 to 500 with a gutter ball and backdoor diamonds. John Ryan's just going to fold. Nice hand. Dealers, we've got a, so somebody asked, dealers can hear you. The action tracker, one of our employees here that's running the action tracker communicates with the dealer in real time, and I'm commentating on a 15-minute delay in order to keep the integrity of the game. Jay Fromm, nice commentating, Tommy. Tommy left the room real quick, but I'll make sure that he knows. Yeah, he's got a lot of really good insight into some of the thought processes in this game that's, I think, helpful for people. I think there's some real learning points here, and really appreciate his time. Somebody said nice commentating, Tommy.
All right, cool.
So I was giving you a shout-out. I think it's been helpful to everybody to kind of learn some kind of more advanced concepts.
I actually have a lot more pretty cool, interesting things to talk about in terms of poker and how it relates to, you could say, life and mental wellness and everything. And that could take us a whole new rabbit hole whenever we're ready.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, because poker is the microcosm of life, you know?
Yeah. And you see who people really are, I think, in times of duress and when things aren't going well. It really brings out very efficiently people's true hearts in a lot of ways.
At the same time, it could be a cool training. You could say a training ground for training yourself in terms of mental wellness. You know, you could train yourself how to be patient and observant and
building resilience,
focus, and all that. So, you know, you could go get drunk and blast away and gamble, or you could, you know, practice focusing and observation and skills of intelligence.
Yeah,
build those skills up.
Yeah, and that's those are the people that continue to win in the game. Are those that can keep a balance and keep control over their emotions, because that's one of the biggest things that screws up people. It screws me up sometimes. It's like losing yourself mentally, you can really start to donate a lot of money that you probably wouldn't have had you been in the right state of mind.
And it's actually a pretty cool tool so that you could use it as a form of meditation to practice your meditation, because most people can't sit still at home and meditate, right?
Yeah.
But in between hands, you could take 20 seconds to just watch your breathing, and that's a form of meditation.
Yeah, it's super helpful, and just like giving oxygen to the brain is only a good thing for playing a thinking game. So do you write about that, or do you coach in that kind of stuff?
So before COVID, I had a challenge at WinStar. I did some YouTube videos. I had about 30. I was trying to prove that I could beat WinStar 2.5 for $100,000 in 1 year.
Okay.
I was on pace, and then COVID hit, and so I just shut down. And then over the time during the COVID, I picked up yoga. So now I'm more interested in yoga than I am poker. And
I see. I mean, I imagine that's helpful to the mental game.
It is, and I'm actually so these are all tools that are actually starting to be, you could say, complement each other. And yoga is actually also a tool to develop mental wellness. And I think the problem most of the people have these days is we all have mental, you could say, disease or mental weakness.
Yeah.
Because we don't train our mind anymore.
Yeah.
And
very easy to be reactive in life instead of proactive in terms of how you view the world and how you view adversity, how you respond to it.
Yeah, because we're all sleepwalking. We're all human robots programmed to react certain ways, and we lie to ourselves that we're not. But you can see at the poker table, we all tilt the same way, to say the same thing, do the same thing, and we just deceive ourselves.
Yeah, so, for sure. You still maintain your YouTube?
Yeah.
What's your YouTube?
You could just Google YouTube Tommy Ho Poker.
Okay.
We got that, and you can find it. And because each of those things towards the end, I actually talk about mental game too. So I break things down to little topics here and there. And I might pick it back up, but I want to think of a way to I could integrate some kind of yoga into it. And I got a license over the COVID, but I don't want to teach for money because it's a passion, and I don't want to
turn it into a business.
Yeah,
turn it into a job.
Yeah, so I want to find a way to use it to help, but without making money. And
that's pretty dope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would do people very well to focus even a little bit on the mental game and on getting your mind right. Because that makes a whole lot of difference. Like, got it. You can't affect the cards, but you can definitely affect how you respond to the cards.
So Leland bets out here. I don't know what he's betting for, because
it's just about the worst card on the turn for his hand.
Because it's not betting for value, and he's not betting for bluff. He's not bluffing, so it's one of those that doesn't make sense.
And Will's gonna raise here to 600, about 4x with his jack high straight, and Donkey's got a decision here with two pair. I mean, got it. Will is essentially saying, I've got a 10. I don't have queen 10, but I've got a 10. The Donkey's got to see how big of a heater he's actually on. He's got 28,000. He's got bottom two pair. Looks like he's considering a fold here, but if he binks an 8 or a 7, he probably wins a huge pot.
Actually,
not a huge pot. He's got 5K behind.
I don't like Will's raise because he's probably chopping, right? But if he raises here, then if he gets shoved or re-raised, then he's in a tough spot. But
all worse hands are going to fold.
On this hand, there's a lot of two-pair hand that he wants to keep in, and he wants to maybe disguise his hand a little by not looking like a straight, and then also keeping Donkey, and Donkey might have a pair plus.
And he's got a 10 of spades, which essentially blocks some flush draws that are out there.
So the better play here is to, if Leland's bluffing, give him a chance to continue bluffing. If Donkey has a main hand, keep him in. If Donkey has a bluff, maybe Donkey will make a bluff as well. And Will just turn his hand into a bluff catcher, which will maximize that hand a lot more than re-raising, and he forces everything out. I
like it. Jesse S. is actually to find his YouTube. You should search Tommy Ho Poker minus Maria to exclude all Maria Ho videos. Then you find it. Any relation?
No, just Vietnamese, and we like poker.
Yeah. So 100K playing 2-5 at WinStar. Why don't you do the same challenge at TCH, or are you currently?
It's different because WinStar, you're capped at 500 buy-in, so it's very challenging to
Oh,
try to
yeah.
win. Whereas here, you could win. Like this is not a standard 2-5 where. So the challenge to WinStar was different than any other challenge that I had.
Yeah.
Where you go to even Choctaw, you could buy in. So that was itself was probably the most interesting part. I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't know that. So they probably like, 2-5, well, not that hard. But
Yeah.
when you can only buy in for 100 deep, and you got to build up a stack. And
that takes some time.
Yeah.
And I remember in the old days, WinStar, some of those 2-5 games, I would walk by. Some of those stacks would be insane. It'd be all red chips. Like nobody would play with, at least at the 2-5, 10 years ago, they would play with all red chips. So it would just be these massive stacks of red chips.
Yeah, because so I started out as an online player, and when I converted to live, I was one of those guys that didn't change chips. I just wanted to accumulate and have massive stack chips. And then after a while, you're like, you started playing this. You just went, this is silly.
Yeah, because like especially make big bets, you got to declare, I want to bet $800 and then put out 8 stacks of reds.
Yeah, and then it slowed down the game and everything. And then, so the coolness wears away after a while. I mean, you realize like, man, this is this is less productive.
For sure. So this is the second time Leland's been re-raised in 2 hands. He's got pocket 7s, which is an overpair for sure. And Milkman has finally hit a hand here. Trip 4s. With a 3 kicker and not wasting any time to raising it up an additional $550. Leland's considering what to do here because he most likely is anticipating facing another bet on the turn. And there's not a ton of cards that help his hand other than a 7 or a 6.
So I play with Leland here enough to know his tendency, and I think that if Milkman continue to bet small, Leland will pay him off. But if anytime that he bets too big, Leland will go away because.
So this is
I think that was a bad.
Yeah, I guess if you know what you know about Leland, you want to continue to value bet. But now, maybe he's doing the thing where he's acting like the queen hurt him.
I'm surprised that Leland bet this. Like I play with him enough, but I don't see him making this kind of move often. So it must be because he's on TV. I know his range is enough where. He's gonna call down more, and he's gonna pot control because he just want to go to showdown.
So Milkman's gonna call.
And
what do you do on the river here? Do you risk checking?
No, Milkman should bet here because
name is price.
Leland is gonna check here. So, and because if he checks, I guess unless he puts Leland on a bluff.
So he checked.
He checks.
So this is the best feeling is when you have trips.
Yeah, instant call. So let's break it down and see with the options for checking versus betting, right?
$6,000 pot.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The reason that I would bet was because I play with Leland. I think that he would probably check a lot of his made hand there, and I don't see him bluffing. So when he bets there, I think. Like that kind of hand. So I would probably lead out to get a made hand call because I know I weigh Leland's tendencies towards calling
instead of going for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you hate to have a big hand like that and it go like you trying to set a trap and it just go and check. It's like, well, I could have named my price to begin with and given him a chance to at least call off that.
Yeah, but then I guess if Mason put him on a draw. That's the only reason he would probably check. Unless
trying to keep his bluffs in.
Or pot controlling, because he does have a 3 kicker.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I guess you could kind of go both ways, but it's not a very good feeling for it to go check on the river there, missing all that value.
So that's why poker, there's never a wrong and a right. It's just you got to go with your read, and it's optimal versus suboptimal.
Yeah.
And in that spot, we don't know what Mason's reads were, and if he puts him on a flush draw, then of course he has to check.
Yeah,
some kind of draw.
And Leland's betting there on the river, I guess, and I guess he assumed he was no good with showdown.
I don't know what Leland's like. Again, the theme of paired board. We just see these crazy. We keep forgetting, but every time we see a paired board with these unorthodox play come around.
Yeah, that's an interesting common denominator.
Yeah, and that's why if I were to study this, I would dissect into paired boards and optimal ranges and frequencies. That's how and attack those boards as well as turn. Because you gotta know you need to know what your calling frequency for bluff catching is, because on paired boards you pretty much any hand is a bluff catcher at that point.
Yeah.
So
good point.
So you gotta dissect, and then you gotta know player tendencies and all frequency, and it gets really boring math at that point.
Yeah. So John Ryan's going to continue betting onto this very connected board with bottom pair, and donkey hits the gutter ball on the turn with the ace of spades as well. So he's got a decision to make about whether or not to call or raise, and I think he makes the correct call there because he's also blocking spades, and so he can't reasonably – he can feel pretty good about his position, although the 10 doesn't make you feel great. John's going to check, give up, most likely.
I think donkey should bet like 125. Too big, like
650.
So at that point, so when John checks there, he's not checking calling, so you're not gonna get anything out of a call. But if you check and bet like a tenth of the pot, you might get a call from like a pair looking you up, and you might even get somebody to re-bluff you.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the better play there would have been like a 15% pot bet.
Yeah, I like it. Yes, everyone played the last hand perfectly. No spots in this game. Everyone is solid. Taking that at face value, Jesse S. But I see you. 658 people still watching the stream. We've got an hour remaining playing 5-10, no limit. And yeah, I never promised to be an expert at the game, but promised to commentate the action, and that's about all I can guarantee you. Tommy actually has some insight into the game and it's some of the meta of the players, and so that's a helpful additional dynamic to the stream. But we appreciate you all tuning in and providing your super insightful commentary on this mid-stakes 5-10 uncapped 2-card PLO game. So we got action going. I think it went another $20 straddle on, and then Will raised it up to 60. I can't. Whose card? Yeah, are those Will's cards or Braxton's cards? It's hard to tell. So we've got 6 people heading to a flop.
If the one thing you want to know from here is that Braxton raised early, and he only raises to 60.
Okay.
That's one thing you want to keep in mind in this hand.
So pretty.
It's an anomaly. It's different.
Yeah, small sizing for this.
Yeah.
For this game.
So if you were to make a read on it, well, Braxton is probably small sizing. Well, it's most of the time it's big bet, strong hand, small bet, weak hand. Mm-hmm. So now, okay, well, he had a weak hand, but a king bet, so he can't have ace king there then, right? They eliminate ace king from his hand. I didn't see him bet pre-flop raise enough under the gun, but I would see him betting bigger to eliminate more calls. So he probably has a weak king or a flush draw would be. You would put him on a range right now, like maybe king jack or king queen, king 10 suited kind of hand.
Yeah.
So when he's half pot,
350. My only commentary, it's really silly to call this a 5-10 game. Yeah, if it plays more like 10-25, I'd say, at least, which is awesome. I mean, the blinds are essentially irrelevant.
I think Donkey's going to make that diamond play here. Because he had to put Braxton on a king, so here we go.
Oh, so that's a diamond, so that's a really good bluff card for Donkey.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem is the paired card, and now you hear the pots. He probably has to bet like, I think, 500.
Yeah.
To get Braxton, because Braxton doesn't.
Because that's half a stack.
Yeah, so he's blocking the 9s of the boat. Braxton can't have. He could have pocket 3s, but he can't have pocket kings. So he has to have like a weak king, or maybe a flush draw. But I don't think he's betting on the turn. He's not betting into 2 people with a flush draw, so we can eliminate that. So his range here is what we kind of king jack, and here we go. Yep.
Nice, dude. Way to forecast that, man. That's impressive. So there's a good chance of this getting through? What does it look? 1775. It looks like.
It has to get through because what is donkey representing here?
Yeah, he's been betting the whole way.
He called the bet the whole way, right? He called, and then the flush hit. So he's not calling a gut shot, 2 streaks.
Oh, you're saying donkey called the whole way? Yeah,
Donkey called the flop
Braxton was
bet.
betting the whole time.
Yeah, and then Braxton raised under the gun and bet. So but there's a leveling where Braxton knows donkey knows what he has.
Yeah, because it's like, okay, you're obviously saying that you're trying to tell me that you have a flush. Do you actually have a flush?
Dude, here it goes.
And is it cheap enough?
It's a paired board. Now we're stuck marginal spots again.
Looks like he's going to make this call. I think it might have been a little too cheap.
I think it was
results oriented.
Cheap. Yeah, he had to go like 2,500 or something.
Good call, man.
Called through.
Good call. I mean, it's a 5K pot with king jack off.
It wasn't that hard of a call because of the bet sizing. So
yeah,
I think the setup and everything was good, but the bet sizing kind of killed the hand, killed the play.
Right. So note to self, to get a bluff through like that, through Braxton, you're gonna have to make it at least half a stack.
More believable. Like let's just say
if you do have a flush on the river, that's your only chance to get value with an actual flush.
But
so why would you incrementally raise it?
You're not raising small unless you're scared of a boat, but you don't put them on a boat already. The way you play, so you're not really concerned with a boat. So now you're just concerned with a flush. Then if you're gonna go for the bluff, you might as well unload it.
Yeah. It's easier to say with other people's money.
Yeah.
Now, granted, he's got a huge stack, and so it wouldn't take much for him to get a whole handful of purples.
I think Donkey knows. When he goes back and review, he knows. Right now, he knows he bet wrong. He didn't bet enough.
Yeah.
Like he knew that it was a good play. He just didn't bet enough, and so you can kind of see he's upset with himself.
Yeah. See. Man, it's good poker. This is entertaining to watch, even if I only understand half of their thought process.
It's good that I play with a lot of these guys enough so I understand their tendencies.
Yeah, it's interesting how much you learn about people in a short amount of time playing cards with somebody. Because it is a different, nowhere else in life are you sitting at a table for 6 hours straight trying to read someone's soul. Looks like Leland's jamming it in there with king jack off for 1,300.
That's why you don't buy a short again.
Yeah. And Milkman had versus a 3-bet. Milkman had 3-bet 300 in the small blind. And Leland is going to 4-bet shove.
Milkman's tilting right now. He's not going to fold his hand to or something.
Yeah, he's got 10K in his stack.
Yeah, he's gambling. Milkman lives to gamble in these spots. That's the call.
Bin dog, is that real money? Yeah, it's about as real as it gets, brother.
But this is where Donkey, right? I mean, Donkey's on a heater. This is a good hand. There's gonna be dead money. There's gonna be a dead pot, which puts people in tough position. So, I like Donkey's aggression. There we go.
3, 4, 5.
But this is where Mason could get it hurting because he's gonna try to steal this pot. Knowing Mason, like there's some players that will kind of like be passive in these spots, and then some player will be active.
Plaque's going in there, nice, baller. So Donkey's betting 1,300 with the best of it to get it heads up. Turns an 8. It looks like they're gonna run it once. River's a 5.
I think Donkey should have gone for the check raise. Or is he out of position? Yeah, no, he's in position. So Milkman did take the conservative route. But if I was Donkey in that spot, I guess if you want to gamble, you probably check back to look like you missed and then give Milkman a chance to steal. You could call off a bluff or re-raise for value or protection, which depend on your read.
Yeah. I like it. Suze Marie, Ben Kirby, what a very white name. Lol. You should see me in person, Suze Marie. It will shock you. It will absolutely shock you. Thanks for being in the chat today. Thanks to everybody else for tuning in to TCH Live. Perfect commentating by Ben and Tommy. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing from the chat. Perfect analysis, perfect GTO commentary. We've got more of that tonight, tomorrow night, and Saturday night. So be sure to come right on back because you'll be able to hear me, Ben Kirby, with the widest name in the world, and Tommy or maybe some other guest commentators will be in giving some real analysis. Thanks, everyone, for being here.
If it's tournament, don't count on me. I don't know anything.
Oh, man. Suze Marie. The chat pros are going to come. William Lottie, of course, 6-4 smashes it. Lottie, that's why you got to play the 6-4, bro. You got to loosen up that range a little bit. The Lottie line. Got to loosen up that range a little bit.
Here we go. Donkey's looking to crush YG's soul right here. So YG, this is YG's standard play. He has no other play. He's always raised the 3-betting, and it's so tight. It's hard to play against YG's range.
Yeah, and so now this flop is really good for his range, and he can safely bluff. Okay. So I guess if you flopped an ace like this, you probably would check heads up.
YG against me, he bets here 100%, but his standard bet will probably be like 115. So I think he's taking the conservative route against the hot player, which is the smart play.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's at least, you could say he's thinking, he's an observant of, hey, let's not mess with the big stack.
Expat writes, perfect commentary. I'm taking that at face value. Thank you. We strive to provide absolutely perfect commentary. Thank you, Expat writes.
Appreciate the comments, guys.
Appreciate it. So YG taking down his third pot of the session, I think. But that's what you got to do sometimes. You got to grind.
So if I was in against YG and Jason's there, I think it's either a 4-bet or fold, because if you call there, you're gonna get outplayed almost all the time by YG. So you gotta either retake the initiative and put YG in a tough spot, and then as well get a read, because you already know what YG's ranges are. Yeah. So it's either a big pair or Broadway. So then by 4-betting and one call, and then on certain flop texture you c-bet, you could take it down. Like on top of that board, if he c-bet, YG probably fold. Yeah. So I think because of the dynamics, Jason being out of position, being on a heater against a range that we could narrow down perfectly, is the better play. Yeah, I like it. Scott here with pocket nines, middle position, raising it to 75. Taco in the hijack with ace queen, slowing down a little bit, calling the 75, and John Ryan's got pocket jacks on the button. So we got 3 legitimate hands here so far. Okay, so it was a $75 straddle. He was straddle or blind raise, my bad. So Scott and Taco were limping the 75, and John Ryan's going to open on the button with pocket jacks to 385. But I know what's going through Taco's mind right now. He's like, why did I not 3-bet here? Yeah. He's tilting because Braxton's going to come in with the ace-4 suited, with a perfect 4-bet candidate. All the GTO charts say to 4-bet in this spot with ace-4, ace-5 suited. Oh, it looked like he 4-bet. My bad. I suck. I think he should have, because the way the hand plays out, that if he was aggressive, this is a good spot to 4-bet bluff, because he holds the ace blocker against a button 3-bet squeeze. It would look like a lighter, more marginal. People. That's a spot that people do it enough. Yeah. And yeah, I would like to think I was the type of person to 4-bet light with ace-4 suited in the big blind, but it takes chutzpah. I mean, you got to be out of position against 3 other players, but I think a 4-bet or a fold. You're right. When you call here, what are you hoping to hit? And then if you do hit your ace, then what? Then now what? Right. So you don't have any ideal spots coming up unless it just comes perfect like this. And even then, like, now what? Yeah, it's not perfect. Yeah, but so he's got a pair and a wheel draw, which is better than what he was up against pre-flop. So these kind of hands, when you call it, you end up over folding too much, because you folding out the best hand because you just don't have any room to maneuver. Yeah. And John Ryan's going to continue for what looks like 2,000 to 1,600 overbetting the pot. He's saying, y'all better pay if you want to continue. I think this is my guess is what's going through his mind is this is a bet fold, because on this board any bet that's kind of, you could say, 3/4 gives people plays back, whereas if anybody calling here or making a play, they got it. Nobody's gonna make a play on a over bet. I could be wrong. Taco could prove me wrong.
Taco's made some pretty good plays tonight. He's got, I mean, if these equities are correct, he's got 62% equity here. So he's got the 2 overs, he's got a wheel draw, and he's got all the spades.
So,
I doubt he realizes how good of a position he's in, but I doubt he's – well, it's 2,000 to win 3,600 right now.
yeah.
So he's not exactly getting the price.
I think what he's thinking is, what is John repping here? When he 3-bet and then he blasts away on this hand, is he like overpair probably, trying to protect his hand? If that's the case, if Taco had like, you know, the ace of spade, it would probably be a good spot to just shove over him.
Yeah.
And he would probably take it down because that looked like a bet fold. And to most people, you could look at, wow, this is a strong bet. I can't do anything. But to me, on that board in that spot, it was a bet fold most of the time.
Yeah, pretty interesting hand. 5, 10, 20. You know, I imagine Taco doesn't love folding there, but it was expensive to realize his equity there, and he probably didn't realize he was in that good a shape.
Yeah.
We've got a new player in seat 1.
I think if the Taco's suits were reversed, where he had ace of spade, and because then John is not bluffing with the spades.
For sure. And one note, our producer team over here told us on this hand, the pocket kings is a misread for Taco. So he does not. I don't know what he has, but he doesn't have pocket kings this hand.
Let's guess.
Yeah, let's guess.
Let's see.
He called he raised to 75. Yep.
He calls a 3-bet, and so Milkman is using his position here.
Man, 3-betting 5-6 off in the hijack. He said, "I'm done waiting for hands, bro. I'm sick of waiting here."
Yeah, don't fold kings, Taco.
Yeah. Will 4-bet with ace king on the button. Nice raise here, and Taco's considering with a fake pocket kings hand.
Let's just assume he has kings and he's gonna fold. What a nitty fold, Taco. He's gonna watch this.
Yeah.
He's actually thinking. So.
What raise? I mean, he
probably,
opened middle position, or maybe the low jack. What is under the gun +4?
So I'm just gonna take some wild stabs at what they're thinking, right?
Feel free.
So Taco is probably thinking Mason's 3-betting him light, and Will is picking that up. So he's using his position to 4-bet Mason light, and maybe Taco is reading that up, and he's just re-popping.
Whoo! So that's a sizable bet. So. Our producer told us that this was a misread. The pocket, he doesn't actually have pocket kings, but he's definitely acting like he's got pocket kings.
So so if he doesn't have pocket kings, then he might be rebluffing here. Then this is probably like that's what I'm thinking is that he's thinking Mason's bluffing and Will's rebluffing, so he's rebluffing. And that's the kind of level that we have to kind of play here because
and Will's sitting here with a $10,000 stack on the button with ace king, getting 4-bet into.
Yeah.
What do you do in this situation? I mean, you really got to think about this hand. Because it's not a no-brainer 4-bet or 5-bet.
It's a tough spot because he's on the button and he could think that Taco's thinking that he's using his button advantage. So now Taco's making a light move. So Will has to take that into factor. Whereas if Will was in the blinds, then Taco's range is a little bit stronger.
Yeah.
Because Will's not going to make a play out of position. So I think that's what Will's thinking. Like, Taco could have ace queen here.
Right. He's got to put in a fifth of his stack, and reasonably, it's not going to go check.
Well, he's not calling. He's in a jam or fold.
Yeah. I think he's already into the game for about $9K, and so I'm sure that's on his mind unless he's doesn't care about money. So this is a tough position. But you're in a good position and you've got a really good hand, but also
you look you look weak to a pro. This hand you look weaker than you are. That's a problem, that you look weaker than you are.
Yeah, it'd be great if he showed his hand here, because
ace queen or something. Show a queen. My guess is he's so if he has ace king there and Taco raised and He's not doing with queens that deep. He's probably gonna call, not jacks. So unless it's just aces, kings, and or ace jack, or kind of those unsuited Broadway blockers.
Yeah. That's a good action. Either way, I wish we could have seen the hand.
We'll find out from Taco later.
Yeah. We'll ask him.
Yeah. Let's put him on a hand. I would say ace jack or ace queen offsuit.
Offsuit.
It's not suited because he will call to keep Mason in to win a big pot. So it has to be offsuit in order
Okay.
for him to turn to a bluff, or essentially a bluff.
I think from you, do those plaques not look like mini Nintendo controllers? They kind of do. That's interesting. All right, so maybe he did have pocket kings last hand because maybe it just said he had pocket kings that hand.
Oh, okay,
so maybe that makes a lot more sense if he actually had pocket. So
he had kings.
So he did have kings last hand. This hand he didn't open fold pocket kings under the gun.
Too tight. Open fold.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So
now we don't have to
we're all a little more combobulated now. That makes more sense.
Well, now I don't.
Now Will made a good fold on the button.
Yeah.
Yeah, one ring. You were right. The next hand was a misread. How can the producer know that was a misread? The first hand was correct, the pocket kings. I thought it was the incorrect hand because he's had pocket kings so many times, but the hand after that showed that he had pocket kings and he open folded it under the gun. So that was the one that was a misread.
The player we want to now watch for and observe is Milkman because nothing's working out for him so far.
Yeah, he's got 8,000 behind. He's won a couple pots. I'm not sure what he I think so. I don't know what his third bullet was, but it definitely wasn't 1,200 by any means, like the first two. But he's looks like he's opening it up a little bit. Pocket jacks versus ace 10. He's got a gutter ball. Queen on the turn might slow Danny down a little bit. He's only got 1,700 behind though.
I don't think Dan's gonna win because Milkman should have just blasted away at the Danny checked.
The river a jack or is that a king?
King.
All right, so that gives Milkman a bluffing opportunity. Danny's going to check unless he's intending to check call.
I think he's going to check call. I think Milkman, unless
he goes check.
Yeah, like Milkman's opportunity to bluff was on the turn. Once he checked the turn, he lost the opportunity.
Yeah, that makes sense. Nice hand. So Taka with a 21% pre-flop raise percentage, and Donkey with a pretty close pre-flop raise percentage. I think that's in line with the type of hands both of those guys have been getting. It makes sense, and they've had hands that essentially have forced them to raise in a lot of ways. Michael Bradley, hold up. When did Dallas get legit poker? Where? See, this is the algorithm at work right here. We got new people learning about Texas Card House in Dallas. Michael, welcome. So Dallas got a poker room. I can't remember when it was last year, but this is legal Texas poker. It's membership-based poker. Everyone pays a monthly membership fee and an hourly fee to sit at the table, and that's it. And everybody essentially buys in. All the money stays on the table, and you get professional dealers, you get professional tables, security, everything. Really great player pool, really great variety of games, and it's all legal. And this started in Austin, spread to Houston and San Antonio and the Rio Grande Valley, and now in Dallas we have TCH Dallas, which is the premier membership poker club. So if you haven't checked it out, please come check it out. We're almost always open. We're open from noon until 6 a.m. on the weekdays and 24 hours Friday through Sunday. So come through.
Milkman came through for us. Like we said, watch out for him.
It's King 4 suited, raising to 500 in middle position.
Like we said, watch out for Milkman. He's coming.
He's opening it up. YG's got pocket queens. So he's played pretty close to the book, I would say, YG. And he hasn't gotten out of line. He's been methodical about his decisions. And I think he sat down with 1,200 or 1,300, and he's got a $10,000 stack.
Oh, YG is now he's thinking, am I gonna stack out with queens here?
Yeah, yeah, that's what sucks is when you get up 5 buy-ins and then you stack off with a big pair like that after you've been playing close to perfect all night.
The only problem is that with this bet size, like Milkman, he might be on tilt enough to just ship it and gamble. Oh wow.
And Scott's got pocket kings.
Oh wow.
This is a poker hand right here.
Yeah, I wasn't even wasn't even prepared for Scott, but well, what's YG gonna do now? Well, so here's the thing: is YG actually got saved because
he's gonna put in a big bet here.
Like Scott, when
he's got to put in 7,500.
Like Scott has a hand here. Like YG
10,000.
YG know he's beat, so YG's gonna fold. If I was Scott, I would have gambled and call.
4 bets to 6,000. Golly, this is so much money. $10,000 pot, and YG, like you said, might have to stack. He'll get away from it, but it sucks for him that he's waited so long to get an actual hand like this, and he's going to have to get away from it. A couple of questions in the chat about the model of Texas Card House. Yes, you do tip the dealers, and that money does go to the dealers. I misspoke. So that money does come off the table technically. What games limits are played? We play 1-2 no limit. We play 1-2-5 PLO. We play 1-3 dealer's choice, where it's a mix of pot limit and no limit hold'em games. We play 2-5 no limit match to stack. We play 5-10. I've seen 25-50 run. I've seen 10-25 run. We've played 5-10 mixed, 5-10 limit mixed. We've played 20-40 limit mixed. We've had a whole heck of a lot of spread of games. So pretty much something for everybody if you like to play poker.
All right, here we go. Probably YG called.
So he did call.
Not yet, but he's thinking about it. But I don't see him calling. So he knows he's pretty much up against ace king or aces or kings. So he's sitting here guessing, and knowing YG, he's not gonna put in his money where he's either like that spot, either racing or crush.
Yeah.
So my guess is he's folding, and
I think so. Gary K. Donkey showboating. Oh wait, not sure which hand you're talking about. My bad.
Donkey doesn't showboat. I know he's a pretty cool guy at the poker table.
I thought you were referencing YG. I mean, I think he's actually thinking through this. I mean, this isn't a no-brainer situation. He's got to at least think through it. But also, this is the biggest bet made pre-flop of the entire night, and Scott's under the gun +1. Like, he's not doing this 7-8 suited.
I think YG's just kind of posing for the camera. He's not going to call here. I could be wrong, but I'm going to make a big bet that he's going to fold here.
People say stop tanking. I mean, this is a this is a $6,000. It's a $10,000 bet. Sorry, $10,000 bet pre-flop. Words are hard.
Like let's walk through the hand, right? You got a Mason who just blasted open raise, blasted, and then you have a call, and then you have a guy that's out of position who 3 bets huge, and then you guys have who's also out of position 4 bet huge. Like,
yeah,
what kind of, like, pretty much the hands here is queen is the bottom of the ranges here, so that's why queen should be an easy fold.
Yeah, all those pink chips look super sweet though.
But because YG, the only reason he would call is because
he's all in.
The only reason he would call is because he plays this range. Like, he cannot fold his hands.
Yeah.
Like,
wow.
He plays pure GTO.
So this is how big is this pot right now? $17,000, $21,000. Oh, and he flops quads, bro.
Dude, YG did it again.
Did this dude just? Okay, they're running it multiple times. So he got all of his cards out of the way, unless it comes hard heart. Wow, flops quads for 20K, and it's gonna come. A 9 gives him a scoop. Oh my gosh, dude.
YG did it. Cause I know YG because I play with him all the times, and I saved 2 months to set him up. And the moment I'm about to stick a knife into him, my aces didn't hold up against his kings.
Wow.
So it's hard. Like, it's hard to beat YG because you can't use. like, you know, these kind of hands that he plays, and he's never gonna fold these kind of hands. So you're pretty much playing the top of the guy's range.
Yeah, William Lottie says Yeti cooler of the night. That is a cooler for Scott. I mean, Scott got it in for $20,000 as an 85% favorite, and I mean, they ran it twice, got it. So he chops, but that's a mega cooler that he doesn't win that hand for an additional $10,000 or whatever. Woo.
YG's just gonna palms up GTO.
Dude, I think GTO. I think it works out in the long run.
Yeah, and that's why people like so poker. Let's say bring up a concept of application and misapplication. I think this is where misapplication is, because you're deep and you know what they have. You know that they have your range crushed, but you're still sticking to the system.
Yeah.
And it's just
he tips him $25. He's like, "Thank you for that gift. Thank you for saving me that $10,000."
Yeah.
Let's see. The chat is live. We've got 750 people tuned into the stream right now, if my numbers are correct, which is outstanding. If you haven't and you're here for the first time, or you're enjoying the poker content, smash that like button. If you haven't, we've already got some people that are here for the first time, and so the algorithm is working in our favor. We've got 209 likes. Let's get that up to 500. We've got 40 minutes left of this 5-10 uncapped no limit hold'em game here at TCH Dallas. Come through. If you want to get in on some of the live poker action, we've got a ton of tables going right now. TCH Dallas off Harry Hines Boulevard. Come through. There's room for you. And if not, just enjoy the stream. We're playing 5, 10, 20, 150, 500, 20,000. And we've got about 40 minutes left for this inaugural cash game stream for TCH Dallas. Ooh, that hand was bananas.
Yeah, this what we're watching is pretty much your standard high stakes, where there's a lot of heads up and a lot of tough marginal spots where you have to go off light because there's so much bluffing going. The frequency of bluffing is high.
Yeah, I imagine YG, at least it's not a real fair thought, but had he run it once, he's turning $1,100 into $20,000 in 3.5 hours. That would be so nuts.
You get quads twice, you better make money.
Yeah, he did. He has that. That is the second time he's made quads pure
on a 3-bet pot.
Yeah,
it's not like we're limp in a small pot. These are like huge pots where he's flopping quad, getting quads.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's must be nice.
Yeah,
must be nice. And so we've got another four-handed legitimate hand. Things are really. I thought they were heating up an hour ago, but it's getting more and more insane. Ace King versus Ace 10, 4s and jacks.
Paired board. Let's see.
Paired board. Donkey in the cutoff with pocket jacks with a pretty strong lead. Scott with some equity, some backdoor equity here.
So Scott, Braxton, and Donkey will probably stay in this hand.
We'll see how Scott responds to chopping that pot. I mean, a lot of people would be tilted at losing a pot where you're such a huge favorite for that amount of money. But hopefully he can bounce back quickly.
Perception, right? Perceived losses.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
That's also some of the tangibles of poker in life, right?
That's right.
Perceived losses brings suffering.
This game has more fans than the Cowboys. I'm not touching that in this town.
Yeah, these win to showdown stats are kind of relevant. It's just like YG and Danny are not the two guys that you want to be at the top of anything.
I guess the only hands they've been in, they've gone to showdown.
Of course, because they always have strong hands.
So it looks like we're playing 5, 10, 20, 100. Wow. A $100 double straddle by Milkman. He came to play. He's not playing around. We got a bunch of plaques on the table now. Most players have over 10,000, I think, in their stack. I mean, essentially 1,000 big blinds for a regular 5-10 game. This is the definition of deep stack times 2. Will's going to open it up to 300 with king, queen off. Since there is a $100 double straddle, all the raise sizes are obviously going to skyrocket. Scott, I'm not sure if Scott folded ace jack offsuit there. Maybe he's taking a breather, but I would be very surprised if that was accurate.
Unless Milkman goes on a heater, he's going to have a bad session.
9-5 suited. Yeah, it sucks how some of these things can compound on each other.
Yeah.
To really.
When they run bad, you play bad.
Yeah. But he turns a lot of equity here with an open-ended straight draw, heart draw, and he's got a pair. Will's just going to let it go. Pretty small pot. But good to defend your straddle there, putting $100 out there, trying to make something happen. But cumulative winnings right now, Will is down 10,000 and Scott up 13,500 with Donkey in second, winning $8,500. Maybe I read that wrong. Maybe YG started with more than like 1,500 because he's winning. Seems like he's winning a ton, but maybe he started with more than 1,500 at the beginning of the night.
I didn't see him lose a hand. I don't remember seeing him.
Yeah, I don't think so either. No significant hand.
Well, we could use that stat. Go into showdown. We could do an inverse. Whoever's at the bottom is actually more loose.
Yeah,
because they're playing a lot of hands. They can't get to showdown.
Right. Right. No cap for 5-10. Correct.
We finally have another limp. I'm always observing a limp in this high stakes game because it's so an anomaly that you have to wonder what they're doing with. Like,
yeah, because it changes the dynamic. Because everyone's like, why are you?
Like, what hand
you're
are you
not supposed
with?
to be doing that.
Like that's the first question. What hand are you ever limping? Like anybody limping with? Like if anybody limp here, I have to ask, what are they limping with then?
And especially if they do the old limp 3-bet thing, it's like, all right.
Well, that's the thing is, so nobody has incorporated that into their game yet at the high stakes.
Because it's just so obvious, or at least at the low stakes, it's basically like, hey, I've got aces, y'all.
Well, that's why at the high stakes you got to be able to have a variety of ranges. Like let's say 6-5 suited or stuff. Like people, I don't think that strategy has been explored enough. Where if you could find and develop that strategy, you probably have a better edge against most of these players because your game is different. Everybody here is playing the same thing, so you're pretty much you're stuck guessing the same things.
Yeah.
Whereas if you develop an entire new strategy versus that that counters all these guys because they all raise a lot. So if you limp and you re-raise a lot, well, now your strategy is actually exploiting these guys' strategy.
I like it. Somebody in the chat Tadpole asked Tommy, do you trade stocks as well?
No, because I don't know anything about stocks. I started getting into crypto because I noticing that crypto has a lot of manipulation, so I trade on manipulations.
Okay.
Yeah, I basically put what I call stink bids at the bottom, and it's kind of like a net where you just kind of so I put money on Kraken, then I trade on margins, but I don't trade. I put low bids. Then if somebody ever manipulate and crash the crypto, well, I catch it. I could resell it pretty much for a profit.
I see, like an option.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you're never really buying anything that's high price. You always just buy. You catch only really good prices only, and if you stick to that strategy, and it should work because you're conservative.
Yeah, I imagine there's some guys in the room currently at TCH that made a bunch of money off of crypto. You got in at the right time, and you had enough foresight to get in, like specifically on Bitcoin or even Ethereum early. You could be printing money this year.
I would say there's a higher weight of rich or wealthy crypto people in the poker industry because a lot of poker players naturally gravitated towards crypto.
Yeah, speculative, high variance.
Yeah.
Got a high tolerance for risk.
And got to park my money somewhere.
Right, yeah. So the feds aren't watching.
Yeah, so they, of course, Bitcoins, and a lot of them, they went from parking that money to become millionaires.
Yeah. And it makes the poker games even better.
Yeah, I think that's part of why if crypto goes up, poker game's good. If crypto goes down, poker goes bad.
Oh, yeah. So good. 5, 10, 20, 50. Did they put 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 200? So we've got 11D straddles out there currently. And this game has just officially gotten out of hand. Donkey's got the stack to put out the $200 straddle. You're essentially, I don't know what the math is, 8th in your stacks with a $200 straddle out there. Taco with ace queen, small blind. Just calls the $200 straddle. Milkman will let it go.
So
back to Will with 10-9 off. He's got money invested already. Braxton with the okay hand, king 7 suited, especially with $100 invested already. Donkey, is he going to bump it up here and punish people for limping? Not going to get Taco to fold. Okay. Bitcoin to the moon. How did I know that was going to start? Kyle Smith, is this an uncapped buy-in? Yes, correct. It is an uncapped buy-in. You can buy in for whatever you want. And plus minus has been shown. It comes up periodically. The system does it on rotation. I'm not sure how often it does it. Bobby Cookson got Bitcoin at 5K last year. Yeah, that's pretty dope. Considering it's at like what 60 right now or 70. Mm-hmm. I don't know what it's at currently, but I know it's way higher than 5K. So I missed the action here, but it looks like Will just took down Donkey 53% VPIP, Scott with 44% VPIP, and Taco with 44% VPIP. They've all had a bunch of big hands and have been super involved, so that VPIP makes sense.
I think we have a new player, Brandon. I play with him as well.
On seat 1?
Yeah, so I don't know.
Buying in for 1,200. I think he's going to learn very quickly that 1,200 is you're going to have to push it in pretty quick.
Yeah, and I wonder how these players feel about me talking about their leagues and exploitations.
Well, I'm sure they'll let you know after the stream, considering I'll play so much together.
I for like Kyle and I think it was some other one. I forgot. I said, hey, I'm gonna exploit you and talk about it, and they were cool with it because I know some of these, you don't want to expose some of these guys.
Yeah. See, Bitcoin's at 56,000. JTM, what's the Saturday stream going to be? I think it's going to be our $365 buy-in, one-day tournament final table, unlimited re-entries, $365 on Saturday. Kyle Smith, see, this is the algorithm again, blessing us. Just subscribed. How often do you stream? We're streaming Tuesday nights, Wednesday nights, and Saturday nights as of now. Tuesday nights is going to be 510 no limit. Wednesday nights 125 PLO, and Saturday nights is going to be our $365 re-entry tournament final table. So we appreciate you subscribing, Kyle Smith. Tell your friends, tell everybody. Welcome. We're playing big time poker here in Dallas.
Should probably do the
now they're just doing it all face up. They're just doing $500 flips, PLO flips for the dealer change. Somebody asked what the biggest buy-in for this. I think somebody bought in for 12K, maybe 15K.
That was actually something I was going to bring up. There's actually there's two players, like 2 or 3 players here that I was kind of surprised here. The best player in the room, I think, in terms of his ability, is not here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So if he was here, it would probably create a very big dynamic. And as well as there's another splashy player here that's not here. I think they're actually 5'10" rigs, so if they were here, this game would probably be a lot more interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I can't understand how this game could get any more intense, but would love to see it. And it looks like, Eight's full of queens is going to take down that $4,000 PLO flip for the dealer change. We've got 30 minutes left in this stream. Thank you for everyone that's stuck with us. There's been some of you that have stayed the entire stream. Really appreciate you taking the time out of your Tuesday night to watch some of this high-stakes poker, depending on who you talk to. Most rational people would call this high-stakes, I think. And we've had a good time. My name's Ben. I'm here with Tommy, 2.5 Pro, startup connoisseur, startup speculator.
Yeah, speculator.
Yoga enthusiast. We're having a good time. And again, if you haven't checked out TCH Dallas, we're off of Harry Hines Boulevard and probably open whenever you want to play. During the weekdays, we're open from noon until 6 a.m. And oftentimes we play through the night. And then on the weekends, we're open 24 hours a day. So come through. It's the best It's the best legal poker operation in Dallas, in North Texas by far, and you get so much value from the dealers to the service to the players, the action. It's all great, and it's worth paying the membership fee and the hourly fee. So come through.
It's definitely a resurgence of No Limit as well, because in the Dallas scene, No Limit was actually dying
With all the PLO.
With all, like, so you only had your options of the casino games, or you go to the like 5-15 high stakes PLO game, or you go to the underground 125 with $500 buy-in, $25 rate game.
I see.
So your options were very limited, and with this now with TCH, the games are actually very active and very fun because you have deep with more creativity.
Yeah, I like it.
There could be a resurgence in No Limit.
Racer Nerd, will the low stakes games ever stream? I imagine so. I don't know if it's on the roadmap over the next couple of months, but I imagine other people enjoy watching low stakes as well. I know that TCH Austin usually runs a 1-3 match to stack or a 2-5 match to stack that's a little bit smaller than this, and they do a really good job. Mike Youngblood and Aaron McAvoy on Sunday nights. Well, Sunday nights is a tournament final table, but Monday nights and Thursday nights.
So here was a hand that I think it would have been interesting. If I was in Dan's spot with those aces, I would probably call there to open up somebody squeezing, because
yeah, especially when you see
donkey.
When you sit here for 30 minutes, you see how often people are squeezing.
Yeah,
maybe that is a good time to.
And then donkey's light, so people would want to squeeze donkey a lot.
Yeah, now you're playing aces middle position against 3 other players. It's not the comfiest position to be in, especially with a flop like that. John Ryan just smashes it for all his draws. Technically, aces are still ahead, but there's a lot of dangerous turn cards that come for Danny here.
Yeah, and once he 3-bets there, he pretty much has to commit to playing his hand, unless it comes like 10 Jack Queen or something. Like this flop, he can't get away.
Yeah, and I doubt Danny's never getting away for 2,200, especially with Donkey betting 425. But he doesn't feel great about it. I mean, against 3 other players, like he knows he's gonna have to dodge a lot, and he's just gonna shove here.
I think Donkey, you could say Donkey saved him, because by Donkey betting out, he don't mind getting it in with Donkey. Donkey's range is very weak.
Yeah.
So, but if he bets here, if Donkey didn't bet and Dan bet and he gets called, the turn will bring a lot of tough spots for him, and where because Donkey bet, now he could get his money in, which saves him, because now he has no tough decision left. So he got saved by Donkey.
Right.
In terms of a tough decision.
John Ryan's got a decision here. Like, he sees that he's got so many outs here and probably assumes that his draws are good if he hits them, but he's going to have to really make an overcall here.
And then because Donkey bet out, he's in a tough spot, because now he don't know what Donkey's going to do. So you could say Donkey saved.
And he's got 13K behind. If he calls, and then Donkey could really put him to the test on the turn.
Here's the thing is that if he was observant, he would know that Donkey cannot have a strong range here. Because if Donkey had a strong range here, he would let Dan bet and then bring everybody in, and then Donkey could go for the check raise. So when he leads out here, his range is pretty much really capped to a weak range, right? So then, so John should, if he sees that, he can know that Donkey doesn't have a strong range. And so because of that, I would probably in John's spot call, give him the dead money.
Yeah. But he still also knows he's just got Jack high.
I don't think because he doesn't know that he didn't see that Donkey's range is weak.
So Danny's, they might run it multiple times. Yeah. Danny's in a really good position against Ace Queen here. Clean turn, clean river. That would have binked John Ryan, and he would have scooped.
Yeah. So he's still so, but he like
it's a hard call to make on the flop against 2 people
if you're not observant.
Right.
But if you're observant and you know Donkey cannot, like, why would Donkey lead into a 3-bet pot here when the guy the aggressor is right to his left?
Yeah.
That means that he can get all these people into the pot before he does it. So when he leads out here, he's capped. So unless you're a creative player where you know that and you know that other people are observing that, then you lead out with, let's say, a set to kind of throw people off, which I do sometime against, like, good players that's left to act, because if I check raise here, I look too strong, whereas I lead out into a set against right into a open raiser. Well, all these thinking players are gonna cap my range. So it's kind of like you kind of out level them by doing something that makes sense.
See, this is why you need to do yoga and some breathing exercises, because you got to put some real brain power into some of these moves.
But Donkey doesn't have that play in him. That's why for Dan, Dan was happy to get it in with that hand.
20 minutes left in this stream. We've got 730 people watching. I think I think everyone's learning a lot and at least getting some entertainment value out of this. It's fun watching people play for like significant money and making decisions that, I mean, it's easy to, obviously, since we could see all the cards, it's easy to armchair quarterback this, but it's interesting to think through some of these spots that may be substandard to what you normally run into at like a basic 1-2 game.
Yeah, these spots, these kind of, like, you watch this and you're thinking, well, I'm going to do these same things. Well, you miss application.
yeah. You can easily spew off a lot of chips if you don't apply it in the correct way.
Yeah, I got queens here. I'm never folding pre-flop.
Right. Ever.
Yeah, if there's a, elderman that, that comes in at 10 in the morning and shoves on you, you better fold your queens.
Yeah. Oh, man. 8 deuce ace on the flop, 3-handed. Not much for anybody right now. Scott probably taking this down with a $200 bet. Yep. Donkey's got an impressive $29,000 stack. I'm rounding up, of course, and Scott's got a $16,000 stack.
I think if Donkey refines his post-flop skills, he could probably be one of the better players here. I think he has more room to grow than any of these players here. Most of these players, in terms of their growth, I feel is capped, whereas Donkey has a lot more room to grow, but he needs to refine his post-flop skills.
Yeah, he's got a nice stack brewing, though. It's a good feeling to have that huge stack. All right, so here's YG with ace-king off, under the gun +2. Standard open, $60. So everyone probably has to reasonably assume that YG is playing a very straightforward linear range.
So I was
I think that's the right term, linear range.
If I was, I guess, wanted in the mood to play splashy and gamble, I would probably there you go, 3-bet YG,
because he's only going to continue with top.
Yeah, his range is capped. There's always jacks, queens, kings, or ace king. It's not that hard. You just stuck there guessing whether it's ace king or kings or queens. But you're guessing is not that hard. You just got to guess correctly.
Right. Braxton 3-bet 175 with ace-10 off in the small blind. Donkey's going to continue. Jack-9 suited in the big blind. YG probably needs to put a 4-bet in here.
Yeah, well,
there's some dead money out there with Donkey's call in between and John Ryan's call.
He's going to 4-bet for sure because he plays strict to the system. He's pretty much a robot. He doesn't make any personal or he gets a read fundamental decision. He just goes with the technicals.
Yeah. Somebody asked if this was live. This is live plus 15-minute delay in order to keep the integrity of the game. None of the players can look at their phone while they're playing, but in an additional bit of, I guess, security is that we run this on a 15-minute delay. So it's live for the most part. We're just 15 minutes in the past.
So
I think that's the way to say it.
So Braxton was probably playing his ace blocker, but I think that's really a bad time to bluff because you're bluffing the guy that won't fold no matter what with that range of under the gun. He's not gonna fold queens, jacks. So why when you 3-bet, you're gonna see a flop out of position against a range that's now crushing yours.
Yeah. Like
if he's gonna 3-bet bluff, he should do it with like 5-6 suited where it doesn't mesh in with YGs. But on an ace-high flop, when you 3-bet the hand, then you're in trouble. So that was
makes sense. Donkey's going to float one with Jack-9 with backdoor straight and club opportunities. And there's a pretty good turn card for his flush draw, obviously, but also ace-king further secures more equity against the naked draw.
Yeah, 2 guys running good. I think YG is running a little bit better than Donkey. Donkey's cooled off a little. I think YG's gonna. I don't think Donkey's gonna hit. I think so. What I didn't see YG's bet on the flop. I'm assuming it was one that's standard 15%. I mean 25%.
Yeah, he bet 300. Donkey called. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's standard. So
you're gonna check back here to switch it up, and Donkey hits Gin on the river, and we'll see if he switches it up. Interesting spot. So he hits his flush.
I think
catches perfect on the turn.
The way YG played, I think he's gonna bet because he doesn't put YG on an ace. So YG.
Interesting.
That's a good bet.
So he's gonna overbet the pot, making it look like a bluff. I mean, it would be hard to believe that he's got clubs here. Like it would take him to go perfect on the turn in the river with naked clubs to get a flush there, unless he had like King 5 of clubs or something. There's not many hands that continue that hit a flush there on the river.
YG's tank calling.
Yeah. 2,400. Yeah, that is a good bet because he is going to have to call.
But YG's going to call. Like, we know YG. Like, we know what he's going to do and everything. And so he doesn't even need a tank here. Just instant call and just fold. But because he knows that Donkey has a lot. There's like, what? 8-7, backdoor, a lot of backdoor flush draws, pair. Donkey's range is weak here, and after Donkey losing that ace-queen hand, I think YG's gonna have to pay him off. Now my guess is YG checked on the. Wow,
that's a big fold, man.
So let's break it down and see then. So YG checked on the turn.
Yep, it went check on the turn.
When he should bet. So unless he's concerned that Donkey's trapping, hasn't made him trap. So that's why he's pot controlling. That if he's like, if I bet here and I get repop, I'm in a tough spot, and Donkey could bluff here. So he's probably taking the conservative route and protecting his equity from being bluffed. And then I think on the river, that overbet looked like it's value.
Yeah.
Especially there's like a missed draw, a straight draw right there would probably bet smaller. I don't think Donkey has the overbet bluff in that spot in his game yet. Where that's value. So when you play poker, you face a tough decision. The easiest thing to always ask yourself first is this a bet for value or bluff? Like, people always try to start putting people on the hand. It's just, you gotta ask a simple question: is this value or bluff? And then you kind of know people's tendencies. Like, but then I go, well, Donkey's tendency is he does not in this spot over bet for bluff. So that makes it easy. I think for YG, like, hey, I know Donkey enough. There's no bluff in here.
So Will's got ace king off again in the cutoff here, but misses against Braxton's ace 5, who's got, well, Braxton has an open and a straight draw. Technically, he's still not winning. Will's got a lot of the equity with his 2 overs. Any bet will do, I think. At least on the river. And this goes check, check. And Will's going to take it down with ace high.
So, break down Braxton's play. Like, so far, he's trying to find bluff spots, but he's picking really bad spots. And then the spots that it opens itself, where he has position and spots are really smaller, it doesn't cost him much, he's missing out on those spots.
Right. And from you at TCH Live, thanks for the stream, Ben and Tommy, and good job. Hey, NFY, thanks for joining us. Thanks for the loyalty to the stream. Good to see you. Thanks for engaging in the chat and all that. And look at this. 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 200. Got another insane quadruple straddle situation going on.
Mason's going to start having a bloodbath.
They must know that there's only 10 minutes left in the stream, and so they're trying to get their action pots going for the last 10 minutes. And look, Braxton's got pocket aces with a quadruple straddle on.
Against Mason, who's tilting and will not fold anything.
Donkey's got pocket 2s on the button as well. And it looks like he's going to get in there $600 pre.
For sure. We know for sure he's set money.
I mean, he's set money. This could win a huge pot if you hit with these pocket deuces.
Yeah, especially on the button. We know he's set mining. What is Mason? I didn't see Mason's hand.
I don't know if it's red yet.
Yeah.
Taco Jack 10 off might be compelling with so much money in there. He's got to call 500 additional with 1,600 already in there. Okay, and so Milkman's going to fold Queen 7 off. Computer hand. So heads up. This could either be really huge or really uneventful right here.
As bad as it seems, I'm surprised Milkman folded his queen.
Yeah, for 400 more.
Yeah, especially the way he's going, and he's against Donkey, who might actually make a mistake and pay him off.
Braxton effectively flops the world here with overpair and nut diamonds. Donkey. Well, I'm not even going to say. It's really impossible to predict at this point. 300. Man, it's going to be hard. Is that 300 or 800?
No, it's 800.
800.
I think Braxton bet a little too much.
700.
I think he should bet more like 475, maybe 515. Because he has the diamond. So he's not worried concerned. So he wants to keep calling hands in. With Jason. Jason could be optimistic. I mean, Donkey could be optimistic here. Like if he has a 2 diamond, it might be okay because he could that diamond might save him.
Mm-hmm. I'll be very interested if he continues here. Oh, if he pops it here, this could be. Oh man, that's a $12,000 bet.
Yeah, if he had the diamond, like this is easy call for Braxton.
Yeah, all day. I mean, you can never be that far behind.
Yeah.
And once he sees the hand, oh man, what a spot though. He bets $13,000 all in, basically saying, Braxton, you got to put all of it in. And I'm surprised he's taking this long. I mean, it is $5,000 that he's got to call off with a pair and a flush draw.
Yeah. This is why I think like I said, Jason, like Donkey has more room for excelling his game because of being able to make these plays in these spots without blinking. Like no equity, no backdoor equity. It's just he's just pushing. He knows this guy is very conservative, so he's pushing aggression. But this is where you get bankroll whip.
Yeah, sheesh. Oh, so he gets to choose. I'm not sure how much he sat down with, but he must be thinking about: do I potentially book a win if he short bought, or do I risk it for the biscuit here for a $10,000 pot?
Yeah, and that's where you gotta play these games. You need a deep roll because you can't get bankroll whipped around like this.
Yeah, exactly. So this is tough. If you're taking a shot here and you've got a $20,000 bankroll, this is a really significant call for you. But if you have $500,000 in your roll,
this is instant call.
Yeah. Okay. Good call, man. It can't be overstated. Like the money means something to most of these people, I would say. And so $5,000 with a pair and a flush draw, I think with game flow probably is a pretty quick call, but still you got to think about it at least.
And against who that person, the player too.
See, they're all shocked about how long he took. Maybe he thought he picked up on something that I imagine they're all saying, "Give me your hand," and I'm shoving.
The only thing he's thinking about, I have the diamond here, so he can't be on a nut flush draw blocker.
Yeah.
But that's too overthinking.
3 of clubs on the turn and 6 of spades on the river. Nice hand. $14,000 getting shipped to Braxton. A net positive of $7,300. I don't think Donkey's going to show. Everybody will see on the stream later, but it's still a baller thing to do to pull out that big stack of pinks and say, "Yeah, I bet $13,000, bro."
But at least have a 2 diamond in there.
Right.
It's a backup.
$14,000. So we've got 6 minutes left in the stream, and that's a pretty good last couple hands. I'm sure Braxton feels good about that. It would really hurt to not win that hand, obviously, and go home empty-handed. But this game will continue. Yeah. Even after the stream.
And we kind of knew Braxton wasn't going to fold. Like he's not going to fold aces on TV.
Right.
So, like a lot of these spots, these guys are thinking, but they, kind of obvious.
Yeah, William Lottie. Whatever donkey has, Braxton had clean outs to the nuts. Yeah, for sure.
It's the call.
I guess,
That's where. So that was the only reason why he's not calling it is the bankroll, probably.
Yeah, and that's why bankroll management is so important.
Yeah.
And people don't want to do it. Like, it feels great to take a shot and hit a big score, but at the same time, you're put in those positions that
you're not playing your A game.
Right. And you're not making things that, like, even if it doesn't work out in the short term, that may be a good long-term decision. And it's hard to make those if you don't have the roll to sustain it. Racer Nerd, if we all clap, is there an encore? I wish, man.
I'll go out there and clap for Jason. Great move, Jason. I mean, Donkey. I play with him enough where he's a cool guy.
Yeah. Still got a big stack, I think. So he lost, 7? I don't know how much he lost there, but he's still got over 20,000. Yeah. Will with Ace King again. He's added Ace King at least 4 times this game, and it hasn't worked out for him, I don't think.
And it's always in these, like, tough spots. Like,
Ace King versus Ace Queen, Ace Queen. So they're all going to miss the flop, most likely.
And 3-bet pause, 4-bet, like that hand where he had it with Taco, where he 3-bet. But Will's part thinking, man, I'm running bad here. Like,
so he even decided not to 4-bet here with Ace King off.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't want to fold it again like he had to do on the button.
He's like, I'm running bad here. I'm just going to play it conservative here.
Braxton said, I'm out. Stream's got 4 minutes left, but I'm hitting the road. He just tipped him $50. That's legit. Tom, he's really good. He's one of the best dealers in the game, though. So, like, he definitely earns those tips for sure. He's a really good dealer. So again, we appreciate y'all spending all 4 hours with us on TCH Live Dallas. It's been a fun first stream. I think it couldn't have gone any better in terms of the action. I think everybody got what they came for. And it's been super fun to call the game. Got it. We don't always hit perfect GTO commentary, but that's part of it. The game is a game of imperfect decisions and information, and even we have all the information in front of us and still can make imperfect predictions. But still super fun. And, Tommy, appreciate you coming in and doing this. Saved my vocal cords for sure instead of doing this for 4 hours straight by myself.
I had fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I learned a lot and think that the watchers of the stream probably learned something too and hope that they could potentially play at this level one day. Maybe they already play at this level, but I think a lot of us watching are just maybe dreaming of playing at this stake one day.
Now, if I were these guys, I would try to see what I could take away from this video. And so far, really no takeaway that for me personally, I don't see anything that really highlighted or exposed anybody. It's just kind of standard high stakes GTO poker, tough decision.
Yeah, tough decisions, good action. Okay, good to go. Shout out to William Lottie with the $5 super chat. You're off to a great start. Austin needs to step up its degeneracy. Looking forward to more. Yeah, looking forward to more degeneracy across the board. Austin has some great streams Monday nights, Sunday nights, Monday nights, and Thursday nights from 6 to 10 Central Time. And Dallas is going to be doing Tuesday nights, Wednesday nights, and Saturday nights from 6 p.m. to 10. Subject to change, but as of now, that's the schedule. So tune in tomorrow night. We're playing 125 PLO. I'm not sure if there's a cap or not, but it'll at least be match the stack. And that game will probably even be more insane than this one. It's 9:59. I think the last hand that we're going to play is a flip. I'm not sure if this is going to be that hand or if it's going to be one more. But we are reaching the end of our inaugural stream. Thank you to everyone that spent all this time here. Very good pilot episode. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Same place, same time. Suze Marie, thank you. You killed it. Thank you. Hillbilly, later chat pros. Yeah, shout out to all the chat pros that came through and gave their helpful analysis. Always good for the game. And again, if you got the free time tomorrow, we're going to be back here 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. playing 125 PLO. You may see some familiar faces, or you may see some new ones, but you're going to see the same action, which should be pretty entertaining for everybody.
And more yoga and meditation will help your poker game.
That's right. Yeah, that's a good word. If you're interested, how do people find you online on your socials?
I'm actually not because
you actually care about your mental health.
Yeah, I've actually been personally practicing. So I practice myself too. I do yoga in the morning, and then I come here and I try to use this as a way to train both mentally, and then I go home. And so it's been a routine, and probably gonna try to stick to this routine for the next few months.
Nice. So they're gonna have to find you at the poker table then.
Yeah, they gotta come here and hang out. You gotta come to TCH.
That's right. That's awesome, man. And that's a really good word to work on your mental health and your mental game, because that's a huge leak to plug, and is an instant increase into your bottom line, I think. And so this must be the last hand, which we're gonna play some type of flip. I'm not sure for how much, but the ones that still got some gamble in them. Oh, maybe not. Maybe we're going to play one more hand. It's 10:01 now. Maybe they have one more hand that they're dealing regular hold'em, and then they're going to do a flip. We'll see. Production, great stream, maybe more volume. Duly noted. We'll work on the audio for next time for sure to make sure everybody's crispy clear. PLO for the win. Yeah, PLO is next level. Tomorrow night. And nobody knows how to play PLO correctly, so it'll be much more open to interpretation as far as what the right thing to do is.
I haven't watched a PLO stream, but I would imagine it wouldn't be as interesting because it's just a lot of gambling and equity. Where this guy got wrapped in a flush draw and this guy got a set.
Unless they're playing super deep, it's just going to be pot, and then everything gets in on the turn most likely.
Be interesting to see what kind of dynamics they have here,
and especially how big it'll play. Like 1-2-5, it could play like a reasonable 2-5, or it could play like a 10-20, depending on who shows up.
Definitely. So the games here, the PLO game here is definitely probably the Reg's probably not gonna play. You're probably gonna get a crowd of Dallas players.
Yeah.
That'll be my guess because the skill level here PLO is pretty not there yet.
Right. Yeah. The Congress game here too, which is 5-card PLO high-low, is a pretty good game because most people are still kind of learning PLO 8.
And I actually found that I'm better at Congress. I started playing this year, and
it's fun, isn't it?
It's people think it's the same thing as PLO, but it's not because Congress is more of a situational game. Kind of like when you go talk about football, situational coaching and all that's where Congress has a lot of situations where you gotta execute correctly, and I do better at that than I do calculating equity.
That's interesting. Yeah, it's fun, especially with 5 cards. It's like everyone can have everything.
Well, it's because the chop part. The chop up is a factor, and then you want to draw some people in to try to chop them up, and you want to you also have to guess: do I want to draw people in and chop them up later, or do I want to inflate the pot and get them out? So those are situations where you gotta know based on your hands. So that's what makes Congress more interesting, and people don't see that, but from outside they just see chop pots. Yeah,
and it's always it's nice to mix it up too. Like when you play 2-card for years and years and years, it's nice to mix it up every once in a while. Although you could learn some expensive lessons at the onset.
And it's actually a game where it doesn't matter if there's type players at the table in general, because you're gonna have hands. I mean, you're gonna fold all your premium hands too.
Right. So I imagine the game is toning down because they know the stream's about to end, and they are probably anticipating racking up soon. So the action looks like it's slowed down significantly. Donkey in there with ace jack of diamonds, and not much else to speak of. John Ryan hits bottom pair of 7s. Donkey got 2 overs and a straight draw and backdoor diamond draw. Taco doesn't have much. Ryan's going to lead out for 200. That's not going to get Donkey to go anywhere. Heads up to a turn. A lot of cards here change the dynamic of this hand.
Donkey's bummed out because he's like, I shouldn't have. He's realizing the enormous mistake he made, bluffing the wrong person. You could kind of tell by people's body language, like where their hands are, and his hands like, God dang it.
Yeah.
Like his hand just up there in his face. It's just like,
yeah. Gonna call down. I mean, that's a really good turn card for him.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna spend this week needling him on that hand.
And that he hits his flush, but he also, with John Ryan betting the whole time, he could easily have tens in his range, I think. And it'll be interesting. I imagine he'll just call here. Well, depending on the size, he bets 800 into 1400. I wouldn't be surprised if he just calls just for game flow.
Also a good bet that because of that bet, he might fold.
Yeah.
But
I don't know if he's folding a nut flush here.
No. Knowing Donkey, he's, you know what, last hand of the day, I'm just going to, here you go.
Josie G, love the guest commentary. It's all Tommy.
Appreciate it.
Great
guys.
commentary, yeah. Let's see. Congress is easier to play, but only if you've got some discipline. Yeah, you definitely need some discipline, but you also need to be able to get it in there. Correct. Did he just flip his hand over without calling?
Yeah, he's gonna call. He's like he's upset from that. He's still upset from that bluff that he's like, Merry Christmas.
If he folds here and John Ryan shows the bluff, that's gonna tilt Donkey for the rest of the night. Maybe, I don't know. It's not that much money.
He's already bummed out from the other. Cause his money's gone. You don't care about 500 when the 5,000 is gone.
Look, he's folding.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's bummed out.
7. He shows it. Got a little needle at the end of the night. Yeah, he folded. Chip count. So Donkey 21,000. He's got 22% of the chips in play. I guess it's irrelevant. That's more relevant to tournaments, but he's still got a bunch of money behind. Yeah, you at least probably need to call there, but
the bet was it was a great bet, which it looked so much like a value bet. And
it looks like we've got a triple straddle on. Scott going to raise it up to 200 with ace-10 off and the cutoff. Bunch of napkins. John Ryan with ace-5 of hearts. Going to flat the 200. Donkey's going to be in there with 10-8 off, completing. Big stacks going in to see this flop three-handed.
So for some fireworks. These hands have the potential.
Deuce 3-8. So John Ryan flops a wheel, draw. Scott with 2 overs. Donkey with top pair 10 kicker. This is always interesting when people just decide to lead out into a pre-flop raiser. I don't have many hands that I do that with, and I think I need to start incorporating that a little more.
It's a strong move if you know who you're doing it against.
But yeah, because you can easily just get raised there. Like, yeah, top pair is great, but if he's got an overpair,
or you mess up like what like Donkey did the other hand, thinking it's a great play, but you messed up by giving away your hand to an observing player.
Yeah.
So application and misapplication.
Right. Check. Donkey's going to take this one down. Scott puts a bet out there.
I don't think so. He's
checks it back.
He's go with his ace high, trying to win. I think if I was Donkey, I would have bet like 2. Bet or anything? If I was Donkey, I was gonna say I would bet like 215 to get a call from ace high.
Guys, still Texas is open for business, but masks are still mandatory at TCH. Yep. TCH management decided to continue requiring the masks for the time being.
So on that hand right there, right? These are spots where a lot of the, you could say, small players don't recognize that Donkey left some money on the table, because on a double paired board and he has that pair, if he's checking, he's not checking to call. That means that he's beat. So when he checks and calls, it's not a good spot. Whereas if he checks and then get checked back by ace high, which is a lot, he's losing value. Whereas he bets small, he could make some money from ace high, so he could extract a little bit more value from his hand, because he knows he's not going to call anyways. So he might as well bet fold.
Yeah. Interesting.
And so those kind of hands and those spots comes up all over and over, and the smaller stakes players never recognize these spots, and they always focus on the big hands, and those spots is where I always tell people you need to win these spots, because otherwise everybody's gonna have sets against first draw, flip back and forth, but those guys that could extract that $200 out of that spot right there, the better player.
That's a really good point. Yeah, because it seems like a negligible pot at the time.
Yeah.
But those definitely add up over time.
Yeah.
This could turn into a hand if a perfect card comes on the turn for both players. If a jack of diamonds hits here, this could be a massive pot here. 8 of diamonds. So that's good for Taco, not great for Scott.
It would have been more interesting if Scott had the ace of diamond.
Yeah. It looks like we're on bonus time here. I thought we were done at 10, but it looks like we're pushing through to bonus time here. I thought they were doing a flip here any minute now, but we're continuing to play. So we're going to stick by your side commentating this game. Taco taking it down with the nut flush. $1,400 going to him. I should have never said anything about the masks, because then it inevitably sends the chat into disarray, which I cannot referee.
Everybody's got their beliefs.
Yeah. So on to the next hand. 5, 10, 12. What's happening?
5.
Oh, okay. He's sitting out. YG is getting out of the game. Making a nice little profit there, I think.
I don't remember him losing anything. Like quads twice.
Racer Nerd. Yeah, I heard the clapping. The clapping is what got us the encore. You're welcome, man. Scott, ace 3 of spades. He's still playing, man. He's not slowing down.
Actually, I had a chance to play with Scott last night for the first time.
Oh, yeah?
So I do have a small read on him.
Is he local?
I think so. He's been around the poker scene for a long time before me. I guess he was around when I was on the internet.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so I never played live until after Black Friday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I was pure internet. Actually, a Supernova Elite.
Were you really?
Yeah, for 2 years, and then Black
Oh,
Friday
snap.
crushed it.
Playing sit and goes or something? Grinding sit and goes?
No, I actually play 24 table.
24 table?
Cash game.
Jeez.
Because I went from playing, back then it was StarCraft, where I was really, know how to move or control things fast. So it naturally translated over to poker, where I was able to make quick decisions, and my RPM, or what is it, they calculate something, how fast you click, and I was a fast clicker there.
24 tabling, Supernova Elite, back when the perks were like legit.
Yeah.
What was the best part about being Supernova Elite?
Really, I didn't.
Didn't they give you like cars and stuff back then?
They gave you an option of 2 package, where you go to one of those two $10,000 entry package, and you get a free hotel and stay and everything. It's usually valued at around $15,000, but I always took the cash because I didn't play.
You weren't playing live.
I didn't play tournaments, and I didn't care about those travels or anything like that.
Wow.
Yeah, and just getting there alone and not winning and everything, I think averaged out to $110,000, $15,000 a year.
Dang.
But
what stakes were you playing?
Full ring, anywhere from 1-2 to 2-4 was my bread and butter.
Okay, cool. Yeah, back in the heyday.
Yeah. So,
Poker Stars and Full Tilt.
So that at least that helps me to understand more of the mathematics side of poker, because after playing 5 million hands and importing, and pretty much it's a data-driven game.
Yeah, I mean you're playing millions of hands at that point.
And it gets boring. That's why internet poker is just really boring to me. It's data driven. If you're a data person, then you probably love it, because internet poker now is all about data and tendencies and habits. Just go out for data.
Yeah, I mean live poker is technically the same, but you have just playing so many less hands. And
so I'm getting into trading. So people say trading is like poker. So I'm starting to see it now, where like online poker is very technical, right? Just like trading, it's all graphs and charts and whatever. Whereas live poker, there's some fundamentals, there's some reads, there's some, you gotta understand the situation, people, and everything. So that's where I think trading and poker is starting to see the correlation.
Interesting. Yeah, and it's just online poker is a lot less accessible now. It's accessible, but it's not nearly what it was pre-Black Friday.
And like the average American is not gonna beat it because your average competition is probably against like Eastern European kids who are like in their basement studying GTO for 13 hours.
Yeah.
'Cause I did that internet poker. Like I played for 7-8 hours a day straight, and then I go watch videos for
card runners and all that.
And then I would go review hand histories and stuff. And this was all before they had that software come out. So now these kids are even studying those solvers. They're memorizing patterns like, okay, situation. They're memorizing equity and frequencies. They memorize all of that, and I'm too old to memorize all that. So I know, I know where I cannot excel anymore, and there's no way that I could get better at them, even if I wanted to. Like, I could just dream at this point.
Yeah, it's 24 tabling doesn't exactly sound like relaxing by any means. Back in the day, like when I was in college, I would try like 4 tabling on stars and even then I'd be like, dude, what is going on?
Yeah.
24 tabling, you're making millisecond decisions.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're timing out across tables.
I folded aces many times because you have all these hotkeys and you're just jumping table and then you're making a move. I'm thinking you're clicking for one table and you click for another table.
Yeah.
But all at the same time, all the bad beats, you take them all. So it doesn't bother you anymore. Like any bad beat stories people have, I have top 5 of those a day. Something.
So it looks like Scott is the big winner, 12K. John Ryan up 8K, and I assume it said Will was lost the most this session so far.
Had to because he lost that big.
Yeah, he lost. At one point, he was in for 9 or 10,000. I'm not sure where he's at currently.
Scott should have won more as kings against queens.
Yeah, he should have been up like 20K.
He played well today too.
He did. He didn't make many mistakes.
His game here is different from his 2-5 game for sure. 2-5 games is a lot more aggressive and active.
Sure.
But I guess that's because of the nature of this game. It's 3-betting, so because there's so much 3-betting, people just have to tighten up the range, and that's one of the things I don't enjoy about 5-10 is because of the high frequency of 3-betting. It takes away a lot of the playability.
Right. Yeah, and you have to. It's way less splashing around.
Yeah, you gotta tighten your range because your range has to be able to stand up against 3-bets.
All right, looks like we're reaching the tail end of the stream. Looks like in real time the stream is over, and so we're probably playing 1 or 2 more hands, but I said that also 20 minutes ago. Okay. Okay, so they're done now. Okay, tracking. So they are doing a flip for the last hand. I'm just not sure when that hand is coming up. It's coming up pretty soon. Thanks for everybody that's sticking with us for the tail end of the stream. The chat is still going ham.
I had fun. It was kind of sad to not get to continue. It was fun for the first time.
Yeah, it is fun. It's kind of an interesting experience that you don't really. This is kind of a unique thing that many people don't get to do, and it's a different muscle. Trying to not only narrate the action but also interpret the action and try to analyze it a little bit, while also not sounding like a clown.
And be able to read the board. Because I always wonder how I would do in these kind of things. I watch enough to wonder how I would comment.
Yeah,
but
especially like if they're playing fast, it's tough to get all the action correct. But most people are pretty gracious. EP, who is commentating on PLO tomorrow? Well, I know that I am. That's me, Ben Kirby. I'm not sure if we'll have another guest commentator or not, but be sure to tune in tomorrow. either way, it's going to be super fun.
I might do it for fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
I should know the lineup. I know most of the PLO players around town.
Oh yeah.
So I should. I don't. If they have the same lineup as standard TCH, I won't be that interested.
Well, hopefully everybody will want to play bigger because of the stream.
Yeah, because the standard TCH is you have about 3 guys buying for short and trying to shoot it.
Yeah. Trying to run it up a little bit.
Yeah, and then they run it up, they triple up, and they're gone.
Mike Youngblood. I miss everyone trolling Mike Matusow on Full Tilt Poker Chat. Yeah, like Rail Heaven and all those nosebleed stake games where you could like comment as just an observer. And it looks like we're about to run our last hand, which will be a flip. I know I said that 20 minutes ago, but I think I mean it this time.
Let's bet on who's running good and who's going to get it then. I know Mason and Will's not going to get it. They haven't got anything. So let's Scott's going to win this one.
Scott, all right.
Yeah.
I'll take I'll take
if you take Mason or Will, you get plus odds because they're like, oh, Mason's gambling even more, huh?
What is happening? I'll take him then, just for the courage here. I'm not sure what they all put in pre-flop. It looks like there's a $3,000 pot right now. I'm not sure what.
Taking the do factor.
Maybe he's proposing a side bet.
Yeah. He's taking going the do factor. I'm due.
I guess I'm assuming that's what he's doing, is splashing the pot or proposing a very large side bet. All right. Good luck all. $3,000 in the middle with minimal skill involved for this hand.
Scott win this one, it proves it. Play more when you're running good and less when you're running bad.
Milkman's got a good Congress hand. Ace-King 3-8 with a suit. Scott with another okay Congress hand. Or PLO-8 hand. Donkey with a good PLO-8 hand. Ace-King 4-Jack with a suit.
Will might win it with the worst hand.
Yeah.
Here we go.
10-9-4. So Milkman's ahead with a club draw. John Ryan is going to win with a 10 high straight. $3,000, and he doesn't even know it yet. I guess nobody looked. Yeah. Sees that's a good card for him. The 9. $500 racehorse, Mike Youngblood. Yep, that's what they're doing. And John Ryan now knows the good news. He doesn't even need to show any more cards. He's got the 9-8 scooper for the 10 high nut straight. All right, everybody. That was our inaugural 5-10 No Limit Hold'em stream for TCH Dallas. Big shout out to Tommy for spending the guest commentary time with me tonight. Thank you to all 750 of you that came through and watched the stream, everybody that got engaged in the chat. Thank you to everybody that donated the super chats. My name's Ben Kirby. Come by TCH Dallas anytime this week. There's big time action, and be sure to tune in tomorrow night at 6 p.m. same place where we're playing 125 PLO. Thanks so much, everybody, and hope you have a great week and a great evening.